Red's on. Yeah. I don't know about you, but that's pretty thin. That's pretty skinny. That works.
So we got these new mics, huh? Good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order. For the record, today's date is February 6th, 2024, and the time is 9 a.m. We will now have a moment of silence, silent reflection, and silent prayer. Thank you. Supervisor Patty, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thanks, Chairman. Those that can, please stand and join us. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Clerk of the Board, may we have roll call, please?
Supervisor Ding,
Here?
Supervisor Canepa,
Here.
Supervisor Patty,
Yes.
Supervisor Rickman,
Here.
and Chairman Villapudua.
Present. Clerk of the Board, may we have our first recognition, please?
Chairman, our first recognition this morning is the proclamation of February 11th, 2024 as 211 Day in San Joaquin County. And I'd like to invite representatives from the Family Resource Center, including Rebecca Ray, the Director of Community Relations, and Tran Nguyen, Director of Community Resource and Referral Programs, as I read this proclamation. Whereas every hour of every day, people need access to essential services such as food, housing and shelter, utility assistance, programs, counseling services, medical dental care, senior elderly support, employment help, transportation services, abuse prevention services, child care assistance, and whereas the 211 call center at Family Resource and Referral Center provides support to more than 90,842 residents in San Joaquin County in 2023 alone, including over 90,441 referrals to callers seeking assistance for health and economic resources. And whereas 211 is a free and easy to remember telephone number that connects people with life-changing resources 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in over 200 plus languages. And whereas 211 is helping make the social services ecosystem more efficient in San Joaquin County by ensuring people in need are connected to agencies that can help them. And whereas 211, in partnership with the San Joaquin County Office of Emergency Services, also provides disaster or crisis response for San Joaquin County residents. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim February 11th, 2024 as 211 Day in San Joaquin County, and recognizes the tremendous service the 211 helpline provides in connecting callers to much needed resources. Presented the 6th day of February, 2024. Chairman Villapudua.
Thank you very much. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you very much, Board and Chair Villapudua, for this recognition and proclamation of 211 San Joaquin. We are so grateful for this honor. Our team really did answer the call for 90,000 San Joaquin County residents last year alone. Even this past weekend, we were activated during the storm, so we had residents calling, seeking information about utilities, trees, that type of thing. So we're here to help as a partner to offset the emergency calls going in, so we can help our residents really be able to empower themselves with information and resources to help them thrive. So for us, we are honored or excited. We're almost on our 8th year as the county operator for 211 San Joaquin, and we're investing in being able to support our community with technology. Soon we'll have a 211 app, so that all caretakers, young people, those caring for their loved ones at home can connect to vital services. So we're excited to launch that in this coming year. And again, we're just honored that you've taken the time to recognize our staff who are on the front lines, making sure that our community is taken care of. So thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to say something?
Just wanted to say thank you for everyone for the support of 211 and always, be our ambassador and share 211 so that way our residents receive the services that they need. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any comments from our supervisors? Supervisor Ding?
There we go. I have been hearing about people using 211, and I just wanted to thank you for your service. Very simple, very useful, very effective. Thank you.
Supervisor Canova?
Yes, it's just convenient. We went for a tour last week and saw the 13 operators that make up 211, and just the mass call volume and the services that you guys provide. Obviously, the family resource is huge too. So what you do in the community for child care services and all the services that you provide is very valuable asset. So thank you guys.
Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Chairman. I certainly appreciate you calling on me to give recognition to 211. And everybody here is from 211. Would you come stand up and come forward, or just you two? Okay. We really thank you and appreciate it. I was just there last week and did a tour as well. And we just saw in recent history, whether it be during COVID or floods or anything else, 211 steps right up and is staffed and able to handle call volume and assist many citizens throughout the county. So thank you all. Please pass that on.
Supervisor Rickman?
Thank you, Chairman. God bless you. Welcome. And Dino, thank you both and your entire team and their tireless work connection to our community to, connect them with resources. As you mentioned before, it goes beyond, the health resources and services to, what we've been experiencing in the last couple of days and especially last year with the floods and the emergencies that we've had. So thank you all for the great job you do. We all appreciate it, not just this board, but the residents here in San Joaquin County. So thank you and God bless you.
Yeah, I want to thank you too for what you do for the community. 90,000 residents. 211 is an amazing, helpful tool for everyone. So I appreciate you guys coming down, and we get to honor you guys. Do you want to say something?
Thank you very much.
Okay, great. I do have a certificate for you.
Can we take a picture with our sign?
Would the board like to join us? Yes? And this belongs to you guys. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Nice to see you. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Let's see again. Clerk of the board, we have item number 2, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Next, we have the proclamation of February 2024 as Grand Jury Appreciation Month in San Joaquin County, and I would like to invite Denise Snyder, President of the California Grand Jury Association, as I read this proclamation. Whereas grand juries are crucial components of California's justice systems, and whereas, like other California counties, San Joaquin has a grand jury composed of individuals who dedicate their time for a full year to serve in the grand jury system. And whereas the primary duties of San Joaquin County Grand Jury are to investigate and report on local government operations to assure that the responsibilities of these governmental entities are being fulfilled efficiently, honestly, and in the best interest of the public. And whereas the California Grand Jurors Association and local chapters strengthen juries statewide by providing training, tools, and techniques to ensure that each jury operates under the same standards of efficiency and integrity to which they hold local government. And whereas it is appropriate to provide a designated opportunity to recognize the efforts of those who have volunteered and continue to volunteer their time and service to advance the work of the San Joaquin County Grand Jury. And whereas the reward of being a grand juror is the satisfaction received working with fellow residents of the county to improve local government for all. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of February 2024 as Grand Jury Appreciation Month, presented the 6th day of February 2024. Chairman Villafudua.
Thank you very much. Would you like to say a few words?
Jury is an integral part of this county. It's incredibly important, and I really appreciate the Board of Supervisors, especially for giving us a whole month in recognition. We have just regular citizens that come in and perform the duties of this jury, and the work that they do and the changes that they are able to make is invaluable. I have two of the members of the current jury with me here today, and again, we appreciate the board taking the time and giving us this recognition. Thank you.
Absolutely, we deserve it. We'll have some comments from our supervisors. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. And good morning to you all. Thank you very much. Great to see you again. You know, and what most people don't realize is how busy the grand jury is. And people don't realize, and I mean, you're working 30, 40, 50, plus hours in a week on, the certain cases that you guys see. And, the civilian side of it, being able to bring different viewpoints throughout the county and looking at some of the issues that we may have and, how to correct those is invaluable. So thank you very much for taking not just your time, but the time away from your family and loved ones to serve the residents of San Joaquin County. We all appreciate it very much, and God bless.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. We have to recognize and appreciate oftentimes, and so often it's in complete autonomy that you're serving the community, but what a vital effort and analysis of sometimes criminal activity, but also we see from the grand jury on an annual basis reports on what we could do, and my favorite words are what we could do different, better, and more of. So in the services that we render to the citizens in this county. So we thank you for that. Those are really great reports that we get to see how our systems could be improved, but more importantly, the oversight you have over the entire county and the citizens, we truly appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat.
Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. Gosh. I want to thank you for your service. And like Supervisor Patty said, the reports are invaluable in getting into the minutia of different issues that we might discuss, and not violating the Brown Act, but like in a coffee shop and just, talking about the issues of the day, but it get into the minutia. I'm looking forward to the grand jury report that's coming out shortly that does state that District 4 is better than District 5. So, thank you.
Vice Chair Canepa.
I too want to thank you for your service. I do get a little nervous though when I have to go in front of y'all. So but it does. It keeps everybody honest. You know what I mean? And it gets the information out that people need to know in the community. So thank you for what you do, and thank you for all the time and energy that you all put forth. It's much appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I too want to thank you guys for all the hard work you do. Standing before you guys is very intimidating, but the work you guys do is very thorough, and the reports you give are outstanding. So thank you. I do have a certificate for you. If the board would like to join me for a picture.
We're going to present that to Mr. Kimbrough.
Oh, okay, no problem. Sir, we have a certificate for you if you want to join us for a picture. We appreciate your service to our community, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Comments? Go ahead, sir.
behalf of the 2023-24 grand jury for this certificate. And I also want to tell you that I've been on the grand jury for 4 terms. And each one of them has been a privilege and a positive experience. And I would invite anybody who was ever thinking about grand jury to apply.
Well, thank you. 4 terms is amazing. Thank you very much for your time and your service. Clerk of the Board, we have our next presentation. I have Supervisor Rickman. Please join me. Oh, one more.
Okay, I want to say something right quick. I want to thank you very much for your support and for the proclamation. We enjoy what we do, and we don't mean to frighten you when you come before us. We try to make you feel as comfortable as possible. So we thank you very much for what you do and your support. So thank you.
Well, we thank you also very much.
She's the good cop, I'm the bad cop.
Clerk of the Board, we have the next item, please.
Next, we have the proclamation of February 2024 as National Cancer Prevention Month, being accepted by Planning Commissioner Jazz Singha. And the Board of Supervisors will also be presenting Commissioner Singha with recognition for being appointed as Brand Ambassador for World Cancer Care United States, which shows her exceptional dedication and outstanding contributions to the cause of cancer awareness and support. As the appointed brand ambassador, she has demonstrated unwavering commitment and passion in fulfilling the primary roles of education on cancer awareness, with a special outreach to the Asian community, establishing corporate charity connections, and facilitating donations and fundraising activities. Congratulations on your appointment, and thank you for your dedicated services to the citizens of the county. And now I'd like to read the proclamation, which states, whereas according to the United States government, close to 2 million citizens were diagnosed with cancer in 2023, with over 600,000 losing their lives to it. And whereas research indicates that more than 40% of cancer cases and nearly half of the deaths can be attributed to preventable causes, including excessive alcohol use, smoking, obesity, physical inactivity, and unprotected sun exposure. And whereas lung cancer is the leading cause of cancer deaths for men and women, with 3 out of 10 of these deaths related to cigarette smoking. And whereas for those who currently possess unhealthy habits, lifestyle changes such as quitting smoking, losing weight, regular exercise, use of sunblock, and limiting sun exposure may reduce the risk of cancer. And whereas a consistently healthy dietary pattern carries the potential for reducing a person's overall risk of contracting cancer by 10 to 20%. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim February 2024 as National Cancer Prevention Month in San Joaquin County, and encourages all citizens to educate themselves to cancer prevention and put into action those healthy preventative measures presented the 6th day of February 2024. Chairman Villapudua.
Thank you, Clerk of the Board. Good morning, Jazz. How are you today? Would you like to say a few words?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My good supervisors here. I have seen some friends in the audience. I just want to take a moment to say a heartfelt thank you for this great honor. Very touched, very much in gratitude. I just was listening to her. I'm here to represent the World Cancer Care, who have I'm overwhelmed by the respect they have shown to me. I represent here all those who are suffering from cancer. I get this quite often, that, hey, if we didn't know that you had cancer, you don't look like you're suffering from cancer. Like they say, just because you carry it so well doesn't mean that. I'm very blessed in the sense that, my faith, my family, and my friends have made me who I am, the so-called strong person, but there are days when it's not easy, even for a strong person. Like she was reading the statistics for what are the reasons. Sometimes there is just no reason. Myself, I'm a pure vegetarian, never touched any drinks, don't smoke, don't do nothing. I'm a coffee and a tea drinker. Trying to live a very healthy life, doing yearly exams, and still this thing popped up, and in second stage. So my job is not to lecture anyone in any way, shape, or form, but just be aware, to be accepting of the fact that this can happen to anyone. Doesn't matter what kind of person you are or where you come from, what's the background, the social, the economic. This thing, it did not shock me that much as it shocked my friends and my family. And the support system is very important. The awareness is very important. Like if you can get something of this sort, the name itself scares people. And I understand, I don't get scared easy and I don't get intimidated easy, but it took me some time to even absorb it, that what I'm going through. And when I started my chemos, how it took an effect on me, not just physical effect, but your mentally and how you feel when people call you and ask you over and over, which is so good, but you keep realizing that what you're going through is something that you were not expecting any time in your life because you're living a healthy lifestyle. What I'm trying to say is, at the end of the day, if you can just pick up that phone and if you know someone, I'm very known for being very blunt. Instead of going to somebody's funeral and saying good words, when people are alive, if we can go visit them, or maybe just a phone call or a text message. I can't say thank you to my friends in Tracy and around Tracy. People I haven't met and seen, but I have just known when they found out. That beautiful text, that random text, even from some people that I have here, I can't take their names all because I don't want to miss anyone out. Just to say, hey Jazz, how you doing? What can we do for you? That beautiful little line can change somebody's day going through a gloomy, painful, hurtful experience. Awareness, yes, please do your things. I'm not a doctor, I'm not saying anything. All I'm saying is, if you can get all this done in a very early stage, yes, the process is painful, but there is light in the end of the tunnel. Positive attitude is very important. You gotta have that attitude, like, I can get over it. That strong mental attitude really, really helps you. For me, it's like, every day I wake up, 90% of the days after the chemo, it is horrible. The word horrible does not do justice to it. But you gotta get up and say, you know what, thank you God, it's another beautiful day out there. And Supervisor Rickman, I can't thank you enough because you've been very supportive. My staff at the Planning Commission who lets me attend my meetings on the via phone because sometimes I cannot come to Stockton. My doctor's team, especially my family and my friends, I want to take a moment to say that if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be standing here today. I want to say thank you to World Cancer Care. It's an international charitable society. It's based out of London, and it works throughout other countries, especially in Europe and India. They are coming to America this year, and I was honored by being their brand ambassador to represent United States of America. And living in Tracy, living in San Joaquin County, they had other people to choose from for them to select me. It's a huge honor to represent a charitable society that does so much for people who are going through not only cancer, but for their families also. Everything from testing, which is for men or women, for children, for people who don't have insurance, for people who don't have the resources or the family to talk to or the friends to go to, we are there for them. They will be visiting me to appoint me officially. They invited me to England. I did not want to go to England because I cannot travel, and I'd rather do it in my country. So again, it's a great honor. I would just want to take this moment to say thank you to those who have stood by me through my thick and thin. I don't wish this on the worst enemy, but I just want to say that, if you know someone, always take a moment to check on them, because days can be very rough. Thank you.
Thank you, Jazz. Thank you for being here, Christina. I just saw you where you're at. Thanks for coming here. And, this month is National Cancer Prevention Month. And, cancer is something that affects everybody in this room. I could imagine everybody knows somebody or has a family member that has experienced cancer. And, we can talk prevention and the importance of eating healthy and getting checkups, but, that doesn't guarantee that you won't get this awful disease. And it is important when you talk about prevention to get, go to the doctor and just get your checkups. I know not everybody, including myself, likes to go to the doctor and, get the physicals and stuff like that, but it can save your life, and it can save the life of a loved one. As for being an ambassador, Jeff, thank you very much for taking on that responsibility. You are a very strong person, and I know, going through your treatment and stuff and the toll that it does have, and to be able to add something else on your plate to bring awareness to, hopefully, someday all working together we can beat this, horrible, horrible disease. So thank you very much. And you and I talk a lot. If you ever need any assistance from me, please, you have my phone number, and even from the county, and your new role as ambassador to bring awareness. So again, thank you very much for your strength. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor Rickman. Any comment from the board? Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate Supervisor Rickman bringing this forward, and to have Commissioner Singha here, your radiant, stylish self, as always, is always not only energetic and positive for everybody, but it's very fitting that you're an ambassador and a spokesperson on this behalf. Cancer happens. It hits families, it hits individuals. Our bodies do it to us. And anything we can do for prevention, whether it be nutrition or just the mental awareness, and I've even read studies on cancer personalities. That way, if people are super negative all the time, it creates certain chemicals in the body, and it's a higher propensity for cancer and a shorter lifespan. So anything and everything we can do, of course, we here in the San Joaquin County, we appreciate the efforts at our public health department, our citizens, our commissioners, and as you get involved in every capacity to make a difference, we just respect and appreciate that of you and this county that we all look to serve the citizens throughout the county. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you for your message. You look absolutely wonderful, and I think it's an important message. It hits every family deeply, personally, and we need to be reminded about checkups. But I especially like the fact you point out the human touch. We need to reach out more to people who are suffering. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. Vice Chair Canepa.
First, thank you for sharing your story. And I think that's what it is. It's about empowering people. And it's awful because it affects children, adults. It doesn't have barriers to who it affects. So I think it's important that we do tell people, because a lot of people like myself have white coat syndrome and don't want to go to the doctor either because we're overweight or we're, there's the stigma of not wanting to go, but everyone needs to go. Health and wellness is an important part of it. And if we can do that and teach that to our youth after COVID, everything has been, kind of turned upside down. So I think, and I was wondering why Supervisor Rickman was wearing pink. We were told to wear red, so I got my red representing. But I think it's just about people standing together and trying to beat it. So thank you for coming down. Appreciate it.
Well, Chad, I can tell you that thank you for sharing your story, first of all. I know I lost both my parents to cancer, and I think it's affected everyone's lives one way or another. And I think everybody should be aware of it and try to get as many checkups as they can. But I appreciate you sharing your story, and I appreciate Supervisor Rickman bringing this forward.
Thank you.
Would you like to take a picture with her?
Just real quick, and Jazz, you live in Tracy, and 5th District, and what we say here in the county, 5th District, best district, so.
Oh, yes. Had to say that.
Clerk of the Board, we have a next item, please.
Next is the recognition of Officer Vince Chun from the San Joaquin County Community College District Police. This was requested by District 2, Supervisor Canepa. I'd like to invite Officer Chun to the podium to receive this recognition, which reads, The certificate of recognition is presented to Officer Vince Chun, San Joaquin County Community College District Police Department, in recognition of your exceptional professionalism and a level-headed approach in the face of a potentially tragic event. Use of quick thinking and decisive action successfully diffused a situation that could have resulted in harm. Furthermore, your extensive experience gained through a long and successful career with our own San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office has proven invaluable in carrying forward a commitment to safeguarding the students, staff, faculty, and visitors of the College District each day. Thank you for your prudent and judicious actions and outstanding services to the citizens of our county. Presented the 6th day of February 2024. Chairman Villapudua.
Thank you for coming. So Sheriff Withrow, if you want to come down, it would be much appreciated. So he informed me of what had happened. So you work at Delta College and you had a Chief here, come on up. So you had a very illustrious career for the San Joaquin Sheriff's Department, which I appreciate. But I think a lot of times in the mix and what's going on in our lives, we often overlook the folks that make a difference. And I'll let you explain what you did on that night when it was the choral night at Delta College. So I just wanted to bring it down and bring appreciation because it's about, interagencies getting along and doing a great job. So Delta College is in my district, but I'll let you explain what happened that night. And so it's an everyday hero. I know it's just a day in the life of what you do and how you do it, but de-escalation and what you did, I think, is important and needs to be celebrated. So have at it.
Wasn't prepared for this, but basically, it was just I got a call of a subject acting strangely in front of the symphony. I went, made contact with him. He produced a shotgun, set it down real quickly. I moved in, handcuffed him, took him away as quietly and easily as possible. Without
easily for you and I. I mean, that could have turned very tragic and it could have been on the front page had somebody who, without your experience, been there. And obviously, with a weapon, would have killed the gentleman or whoever it was that did it. But I think that's the humbleness that you see. So I appreciate what you did. So if you guys could speak, and then we'd have the sheriff come up. And then it's been a huge law enforcement. So after that, I don't know if you can explain to what happened for the sideshow after these gentlemen speak, but that would be appreciated also.
Okay. Well, thank you, County Board of Supervisors, for recognizing Officer Chun. Fantastic work, and once again, it just shows the men and women of our college police department that we're here to keep our college community safe for whether it's an event like what we had at the theater or just everyday activities at the college. I commend Officer Chun, basically calm, reacted, didn't overreact, didn't panic, and basically just a job well done. It's just, once again, like I said, his calm demeanor just shows on there. So just job well done.
Perfect. Well, thank you for coming down, and thank you, Trustee, for coming down. Sheriff, do you have a few comments on why you called me and why this is so important in our community?
Yeah, absolutely. I called you because I just assume I know the chief very well. We get to meet every month, and they just go about their job at Delta College, quietly and efficiently, and they have an amazing group of officers and leadership over there. But think about where Delta College sits. It sits right there on Pacific Avenue, right across from the mall. Pershing on the other side of it. It's an open campus. And think of what they have to deal with on a daily basis with the bus stops and everything right there. Not to mention just all the students that are there when school's in session, and they have to have officers that react like this in situations to calm them down, because they get so many homeless people and things like that come onto their campus, and they have to deal with it and professionally and safely and keep their kids safe. And the reason you don't hear about them is because they do such a good job. And they've got Stockton PD around to help if they need them, but Stockton PD swamped too, and so they just do a fantastic job. They do it quietly, they do it efficiently. And with the Board of Trustees here, they could actually use some more officers. And I know the chief works on those as he can. But anything you can do to help them with the tools that they need to continue to do the amazing job they do. And I've worked with Vince for years and years. He was a K-9 officer at our department, and we got to work together on the K-9 unit. And he was the right guy at the right time, because a lot of officers, when that shotgun came out of that guy's waistband, wouldn't have waited to talk to him or to try and talk him down, or it could have been a very, very different incident. So I just am proud of him. I'm proud to be his friend, and proud of what they do over at Delta College. So thank you.
Thank you for those words. Comments? Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I mean, listen, you said it right. Every day is not an every day, because any day could be that day when something tragic can unfold. And for you to diffuse it, and person produces a shotgun, and that can escalate, and with your experience and calmness to talk that down, for that shotgun to be laid down without further incident, is just a testament to your experience and just the ability to diffuse what could have been a very tragic situation in so many capacities. And we have to really thank and appreciate, whether it's our own Supervisor Rickman, we've got our deputies that serve, we've got our sheriff, and everybody in this entire county. We really, truly are the county's finest, and you're an example of that. We truly appreciate your dedication, oftentimes working in autonomy, but for us to bring this forward, thank you, Vice Chair and Chairman, for bringing this to us, and thank you, Sheriff Withrow, for saying the kind words that are fitting, but not enough to be said for our officers that serve this community on a daily basis. Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you very much for being here today, and thank you, Chief and the Sheriff. You know, when you go to work every day, you know, as a parent, we leave you in charge of our most precious resources, and that is our children, to make sure they are safe. And our community college here in San Joaquin County is safe because of men and women like you and your team. And as the Sheriff mentioned briefly, you know, there is no routine calls in law enforcement, and you know, there's always that what if factor, and the way you handle it is just absolutely exceptional. And this is one of the reasons, you know, we are so proud of the board and the county, of all our law enforcement agencies, and how great they work together. You know, we have great men and women in law enforcement who serve this community every single day, and they don't get the recognition that they do deserve. And I want to tell you and your chief and, you know, all those in law enforcement that, you know, this board, we support our police officers. And, you know, and I just don't want to say, you know, thank you, but, you know, thank your family also for the sacrifices that they make, you know, not knowing what'll happen, you know, day in and day out. So, you know, thank your family for us, and great job, and God bless you.
Thank you. Supervisor Dean.
I just want to say thank you for your service. I guess the sheriff just mentioned, I never really thought about that. You've got Delta College, seriously, the heartbeat. It's right in the middle of the entire area, and to have the collaboration, communication between the departments is very valuable. So thank you again.
Thank you. And if you could do a 2-minute synopsis of the interagency work that was done for the sideshow real quick for us, so that we can tell people the great work and how it works. Sorry, gentlemen, if you could just hang out for 2 seconds. I appreciate that also.
Yeah, no, it was again, a cooperation with all law enforcement that night. We got last minute word that there was going to be one of those sideshows where people don't know what that is. That's where they get in their cars and they spin around in the intersections, and they become so dangerous, and there have been homicides at them here locally, so we got, at the last minute, we got word that one was going to go down. We had a plan in place for when they do go down in our county, and so we reacted immediately. We called for mutual aid from every agency in the county, and everyone's responded. And when they started their sideshow, within 15 minutes we were in position. We blocked all avenues of exit, both ways on Pershing, both ways on Country Club, and there was no way out. And then we got everybody out of their cars and in a confined area, and we called the transportation bus from the jail, and it showed up, and then we started calling tow trucks. And we decided at that time that we would gather everyone's information, do a case on everyone that was there. Some people had brought their children to this, and so all these cases are being forwarded to the district attorney. He and I have been in communication over this. Some of them will be charged with It's a felony to conspire to do a misdemeanor, so they'll be charged along those lines. And some will be charged with child endangerment for having their kids there also. And then we'll move forward in the legal process. Until that time, their cars will stay with me. I have 88 vehicles now sitting out at my department behind the gates, and they're evidence of this crime. We're doing a search warrant on each vehicle, and we're finding guns as we go, and we will add on any charges that we need as far as that, and we're letting them know if you come back to San Joaquin County, this is what we're going to do. We're going to take your vehicle, we're going to hold it, and then the court and the DA will determine whether that vehicle's a nuisance and whether you get it back or not ever. So that's what we're going to start doing.
Thank you for that report, Sheriff. Officer Chan, I want to thank you for serving our county for 25 years and the brave duty you're doing for Delta College. There's a lot of students out there that need safety, and I know the chief and your staff are doing an amazing job. And Sheriff, thank you for doing that, taking care of the sideshow in my district. It's out of control and getting so many complaints, and thank you for taking care of that. So moving on, would you like to take a picture? Photo? Clerk of the Board, do we have the next item, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Our next recognition is proclamation of February as National Children's Dental Health Month in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Public Health Education Brianna Williams, Administrative Assistant Wendy Howard, and Public Health Nurse Natasha Dabney to the podium as I read this proclamation, which states, whereas children and pregnant women are less likely to utilize dental services in San Joaquin County, where in 2020, 65.2% of Medi-Cal eligible children aged 0 to 14 years reported not having a dental visit in the last 12 months, and only 37.1% of pregnant women had a dental visit. And whereas pregnancy may make women more prone to periodontal gum disease, cavities, and malnutrition, oral health and a positive nutrition balance are considered a very important part of prenatal care, given that poor oral and nutrition health during pregnancy can lead to poor health outcomes for the mother and baby. And furthermore, one of the best ways to prevent cavities in young children is to improve pregnant women's oral health and bridge nutrition gaps. And whereas there is a disparity among women of different race ethnicities who visit a dentist while pregnant in San Joaquin County, where in 2020, Asian American Pacific Islanders, 26.7%, Black African American, 34.2%, and Latinx, 32.5% women were less likely to visit a dentist while pregnant when compared to white women, 54.6%. And whereas there is another disparity between dental visits and private and public insurance status in San Joaquin County, where in 2020, pregnant women with Medi-Cal insurance were less likely to visit the dentist when compared to those who have private insurance, 30.8% and 49.4%, respectively. And whereas dental problems are a leading cause of school absenteeism for children in California, where approximately 874,000 school days are missed per year, contributing to a loss of nearly $30 million in funding. And whereas California currently ranks 42nd in the nation on children's oral health status. And whereas data from the 2022-2023 school year show that 29% of kindergartners in San Joaquin County have experienced tooth decay, and nearly 1 in 10 kindergartners have untreated decay, which cause pain and/or infections that can lead to problems eating, speaking, playing, and learning. And whereas in 2019, 76% of third graders in San Joaquin Valley experienced cavities and 30% with untreated tooth decay, the highest compared to their peers in other parts of California. And whereas San Joaquin County acknowledges and will continue to prioritize the oral health of pregnant women and young children. And whereas San Joaquin County Public Health Services joins California Department of Public Health and the American Dental Association in adopting the 2024 National Children's Dental Health Month theme, Healthy Habits for Healthy Smiles. And whereas now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of February 2024 as National Children Dental Health Month in San Joaquin County and supports and encourages efforts to improve the health and well-being of the underserved populations living in the county. Presented the 6th day of February 2024. Chairman Villaboudois.
Thank you. Clerk of the Board, would you like to say a few words?
Yes. Hi, good morning. Thank you to the board for taking the time to highlight the awareness of this important initiative. Again, my name is Brianna Williams. I'm a public health educator with San Joaquin County's Public Health Services. I overlook our local oral health program. So just to kind of go over what our program does, our program was established in 2018 and was made possible by Proposition 56, which is the California Healthcare Research and Prevention Tobacco Act of 2016, and it's administered as stated through the California Department of Public Health Oral Health Program. In partnership with First 5 San Joaquin, the San Joaquin Treatment and Education for Everyone on Teeth and Health, also known as our SJ Teeth Coalition, was created to improve dental health in the county with a special focus on the most vulnerable and underserved communities. So just a couple highlights about what our program does, as you'll hear about with our internal programs at Public Health. You'll hear about in a second. We partner with our maternal, adolescent, and child health program, our Black infant health program, and our WIC programs to provide education to mothers and pregnanting mothers on the importance of oral health. We also partner with community medical centers. We provide a school-based, school-linked dental program for children to receive access to dental services and establishing them with a dental home. And also reinforcing the importance of the kindergarten oral health assessment to school districts and the importance of its reporting so that we can have an accurate snapshot of the oral health status for our children in San Joaquin County. Now I'll turn it over to Wendy.
Thank you, Brianna. Thank you, Board, for this proclamation. My name is Wendy Howard. I represent San Joaquin County Public Health WIC Agency. WIC, oral health and dental health is an intricate part of the overall nutritional health for our pregnant, postpartum, and young participants. Our participants are pregnant, postpartum, and up to the age of 5. We offer education. We have a Happy Teeth education that we provide, which gives moms information on healthy, nutritious foods, low sugar foods. It also shows moms what tooth decay looks like so they can identify and get to a dentist as soon as possible. Part of our new enrollment orientation and recertifications includes dental and oral health assessment as part of our nutrition assessment. We ask questions on their oral and dental health. We provide referrals if needed. We also educate moms who give babies bottles when they go to bed. A lot of moms do that. It's normal. We try to highlight and educate that, encourage them to only give water when they do that, because if you give milk, that milk sits on the teeth and can decay the teeth. We also educate on regular toothbrushing, and it starts with infancy, just using your finger and water and brushing those gums, because if that sugary food sits on those teeth, as those little teeth start to come up, it can decay them as they come out. So that is what WIC does. I'm going to turn it over to Natasha.
Thank you. Hi, good morning. My name is Natasha. I'm a public health nurse with San Joaquin County Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health Program. Under that program, we have multiple kind of sub-programs. Well, under that umbrella, it's Black Infant Health, Perinatal Equity Initiative Program, the Nurse Home Visiting Program, and Healthy Families. As a group, we enter the patients, our clients' homes. We provide them with education in regards to health. And what I think is most important is we enter them into their environment. So we meet them where they are, and we provide education all around with emphasis of oral health especially. Often our residents forget oral health. Like, they think that health is just their body and they exclude oral health. So we emphasize on the importance of oral health and the role that it plays in their overall health. In addition to the education that we provide the families and especially prenatal and postpartum mothers, we provide referral services, we advocate for them, and we empower them. Thank you guys so much for listening to us. I appreciate it, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
No, I just want to thank you guys. It sounds like you're doing an amazing job, and thank you for educating us on children's health. Just a really incredible job. Any supervisors like to comment? Supervisor Ding?
You know, like everybody here in childhood, you know, the highlight of my years was brushing my teeth. Couldn't wait for, you know, the world of Disney to end so I could run in and brush my teeth. But, you know, there was always a mother there to say, it's time. So that's what you do. And it's the one thing that just people need to be reminded. And I just want to thank you for your service.
Supervisor Brickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all for being here. And this is a very important topic. And, you know, on its face, people, you know, brush your teeth, what's a cavity? But, you know, how much serious medical health problem that can start by just what's here in your mouth and letting your teeth go bad and your gums go bad. And I think people need to realize that. You know, every once in a while you'll hear something in the news that somebody did pass away because of an infection that they got from their tooth. So earlier the education, earlier the prevention, you know, not only will you, you know, save your beautiful smile, but also in the long run, you know, your health. And also informing the public of the services that we do have available here in San Joaquin County. So thank you for the job that you do. Continue the great work, and God bless you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. First, I have a question, Chairman. Who added this to our agenda today?
Clerk of the Board.
This was requested by the Public Health Department.
Public Health, and they add things to our agenda for recognition. That's the first I've seen in 7 years. And the reason why I bring that up, and by the way, excellent job. All the efforts bringing awareness to health and concerns for children and recognizing the Dental Health, National Children's Dental Health Month in San Joaquin County. Cannot do enough, obviously, for our children, and that's fantastic. I'm a little bit perplexed, though, on the proclamation, how we've gotten into racial disparities of healthcare treatment and public and private insurance. That, to me, seems like we need to add this to our discussion agenda, so we can bring forward what action can we take in our county to equalize so we're getting proper care. This shouldn't be in a proclamation. This should be a discussion item at this board, because what can we do different, better, or more than? So as it relates to Children's Dental Health Month in San Joaquin and all those efforts and home visits and in every capacity, that's fantastic. But I'm going to ask, and perhaps the chairman, we can add to discussion item, our public health director, whomever that might be, will be able to come forward and we can get a lot more information and some actionable items to really bring this to the attention of the residents in San Joaquin County to make a difference. So thank you all for the effort you make on behalf of this effort.
Hi, I'm here in the back supporting.
Hi, are you the one that had come up with this proclamation?
It was a joint effort.
Excellent. So there's also a grammatical error. We're talking about Black, African American, and Latina women. Latinx is gender neutral. So in San Joaquin County, it would actually be Latina. That would be proper, because if we're talking about the women, as this does in this proclamation, which is a departure from children's oral health. So I'm a little bit confused, but I would ask you to bring this back as a discussion item so we can have a more in-depth conversation.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you very much.
Vice Chair Canepa.
Well, thank you. We were talking about white coat syndrome earlier, and this is another one that I have. But it's important because people, as you get our age, if they told you you only get one set of chompers at the beginning and take care of them, and you know that they're going to check your gums for gum decay and all of those things, then it wouldn't make going to the dentist so fearful. And I think that's the most important part as a young person. I mean, you know, to utilize the services So that, because most people only go to the dentist when their teeth hurt or there's a problem. So preventative care is the way to go. So, I mean, this is good. And like he's saying, it would be great to come back for discussion. I mean, obviously, with our services, CMC has it. I mean, there's a huge program at St. Mary's, and I forget what we're calling St. Mary's now, but it was always St. Mary's Interfaith. But I mean, Lester Lowe and those guys have done an amazing job of offering free dentistry. And I think that's a huge asset that we have that needs to be celebrated also when we do discuss this of who and what programs are out there. Some of them are free. I mean, obviously, people have the different types of insurance and they can utilize it, but education is most important. So I would love to see this come back and see what we can do, at least to educate folks so that they know what's provided, and for people of color, and I mean, whether there's disparities, and that needs to be addressed also. So thank you.
Okay, one more comment. Go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to add, yes, what we do is in public health, we go to the different community centers and we provide the information to our residents in regards to different health fairs that are available, the times. In regards to their insurance, we assist them with putting their insurance in a database and seeing the different providers, the dental providers that accept their insurance and that is also accepting new patients. As well as what we try to emphasize is what we try to catch, if we can, depending on the time that we get the referral, is prenatal moms. We found that if we are able to catch the prenatal moms prior to them giving birth and emphasize the importance of dental health and able to implement it into their daily routine, that once they have that baby, they can prioritize their dental health as well as the baby's overall health. So yeah, thank you.
Nice, thank you.
Great. Any other comments? Okay, great. Would you like to join us for a picture? Would the board like to join me? Clerk of the board, we have the next item, please.
Chairman Villarreal, the next item is a presentation by the San Joaquin Regional Transit District, so I'd invite you back to the dais for this one.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Villarreal, members of the board. In 2023, Alex Clifford, the Regional Transit District CEO, made a presentation to my office about RTD's fiscal and operational activities. Mr. Clifford asked if he could update our board about RTD and its role in our community. And with that, I'd like to invite Mr. Clifford to make a brief presentation about his annual update. Thank you, Mr. Clifford.
Thank you so much. Very much appreciated. Those were some awesome proclamations, by the way. Great things happening in San Joaquin County. I'm Alex Clifford, the CEO of San Joaquin RTD. I'm here today with our Service and Planning Director, Damaris Galvan. Damaris will help bail me out if you have any tough questions that I don't have the answers for. She's very expert at what she does. Thank you for the opportunity, honorable supervisors and distinguished staff. Thank you for the opportunity to present what I hope will be the first annual update on RTD activities. Many good things are happening in this county, and I'm happy to share those with you and along the journey entertain any questions that you might have. I'm going to zip through several of these slides because, one, you have a copy of it, and some of you I already met with individually, and I'll try to focus on some key slides, and of course you'll have the PowerPoint with you that you can contact me at any time with any questions. You can take a look at our mission and vision at your leisure. The main point of this slide is just to let you know or remind you that we are the county transit agency. We provide service not just in the city of Stockton, but throughout the entire county. And you'll see some of that in my presentation today. We have 306 full-time employees and 137 vehicles, and our budget this year is a little over $53 million, one of the highest budgets that we've had in quite a long time. Our funding is from a variety of sources. It's federal, state, local, and fare box. And similarly, on the capital side, we look towards those primarily state and federal sources to provide us the funding that we need for capital, and I'll talk a little bit about that in one of my slides. The point of this slide is to show you where our revenues come from. There are a variety of sources. This shows you where some of the state and the federal money is in the fares. But I really want to call your attention to the 61% Transportation Development Act local transportation funds, what we call TDA LTF, is a significant portion, 61% of our overall budget. And when you hear me a little bit later talk about the Valley Link, you'll know that I'll be referring back to this source. This source is an important part of our funding to keep operations on the street. And it has gone through a very difficult and challenging battle in past years, predating me, to arrive at the current formulas. And right now, ACE, for example, receives about a little over $6 million of that TDF LTF off the top. That's significant money. Another major rail operation in this county will equally drain this pot and cause us to have to significantly reduce service on the street. The next slide just tells you a little bit about the services, which we have commuter, bus rapid transit, what we call BRT. We have our traditional fixed route buses, and then throughout the city and the county, we have fixed route, what we call hoppers, and those are cutaway vehicles. And then, of course, we have our Van Go, which is on-demand service, shared ride on-demand service, and then, of course, our ADA, Americans with Disability Act, paratransit services. Some quick heads up on the service we provide throughout the county, all of the cities, and there's our bus lines, both local and county hopper. And if you want to know what a hopper is, if you look at the vehicle starting from my right, second from my right, that is a cutaway. That's what we provide the hopper service with. Good news, ridership. This first slide shows you what I sort of call the post-pandemic look at ridership. Ridership, December to December, is up 10% year over year. That's going in the right direction. We are on weekday ridership approaching 70% recovery of our ridership pre-COVID versus post-COVID. Here's, if you want to see that graphically, this shows you where we're at. The green line in the center is our current stat. We're getting close to fully recovered, and we're doing some things that I'll talk about that are helping us to get there. I mentioned our capital needs. They are huge. You can tell in this slide, in the upper right-hand corner, nearly $139 million needed in order to run this service and keep it in a state of good repair over the next few years, of which we've only identified about $56, $57 million worth of formula funding to address those capital needs. We have a gaping hole of about $82 million in order to keep our fleet in a state of good repair. That fleet, again, you can look at this slide at your leisure. That shows you what our fleet is composed of. 60-foot articulated buses, 40-foot typically fixed route buses, and then those cutaways and those other Van Go vehicles. Just to tell you a little bit about our challenge, pre-COVID, post-COVID, inflation, supply chain issues. This slide, you can see our Gillig battery, our Gillig hybrids, which are a hybrid diesel-electric hybrid. We paid about $750,000 for those before the pandemic. Today, we pay a little over $1 million for those. Our first electric Gillig buses we paid recently just under $1 million, and now the last one that we purchased was $1.2 million. And our fuel cell buses that we have coming in are at $1.4 million. We have 5 of those coming in. The next slide just tells you a little bit about our needs. They are great. They are identified in that other slide. Here's one of the reasons why we're important. People depend on us. In this city alone, in the city of Stockton, our classified lower income census tracts went from 51 census tracts in 2010 to 61 census tracts classified as lower income in the last census. That is classified as income of $37,000 to roughly $60,000. Now think about that. Average rent, $19,000 if you can find that a year. Car payment the cost of keeping your car running and fueling it, not car payments, $6,400. What is left for food, clothing, health care? We have a great need in this community for our transit service, and we can help because a family of 5, 2 adults and 3 children can ride our system every day of the year, all day for $3,000 total a year. We can help those folks who need us most in this community, and we are valuable to this community. One of the things that we discovered as we tried to look at the data and have the data drive us to where we should place our service, where we should put our emphasis, in our last rider survey, the demographics showed that our Hispanic Latino population riding the bus was about 27%. Now, the last census showed that the population of the community is 43%. That's a disparity. We have some work to do in those communities to attract the Hispanic Latino population that need us most to our service. And I'm happy to report just this last week, on January 31st, we launched a net service increase, not replacement of service that we had in place prior to COVID. We already replaced all that service. It's on the street. We increased service, and we increased service predominantly in Hispanic Latino neighborhoods, taking service from 1 hour service. 1 hour between buses in the peak hour is the kiss of death for a bus service. It doesn't, 1 hour frequency between buses is a kiss of death for bus service in a community. Bus service has to be more frequent to be valuable. The other thing we discovered is that when we researched the service in those communities, we found that we were there in the morning to get you from your home to your work, but we weren't running late enough in the evening to get you from work back home. Who is going to ride our service when we can't provide you round-trip service to work and home? So all of that we started to fix in a significant service change on January 31st, and we're really excited about that extra emphasis. And so what's coming up in this year and in the year beyond? We have 5 fuel cells. This is new. We've been, since 2013, buying a part of our fleet, purchasing a part of our fleet as fully zero-emission electric buses. Those were Proterras, and then later they were Gilligs. We are now moving to get 5 fuel cells. We hope to increase that to 10 fuel cells. They're very expensive, but what we want to do is to run them side by side with the battery electrics and let the data drive us to what California Air Resources Board requires us to do by 2040, which is be all zero-emission buses. I don't know today, and I couldn't tell you today, whether that should be all battery electric or all fuel cell or some combination of that. We'll run those buses side by side. We'll collect data, and at some point in the next few years, we'll go back to the board and we'll share that data, and the board will make a decision on what our zero-emission bus fleet will look like in the future. We are just like we were early innovators with zero-emission battery electrics in 2013. Remember, California Air Resources Board didn't mandate zero-emission until 2019. This agency was way ahead, and we are equally ahead of a lot of other transit agencies in this state and the nation by doing this pilot project with fuel cells. So we're excited about that, and we'll see what happens. I talked a little bit about our service expansion already. In the coming year, I'm going to be looking at every possible funding source, state, federal, local, I can. Right now, particularly focusing on SB 125, so when you hear me express concern about Valley Link and their $35 million request, that money needs to stay in this county, and it needs to serve the transit needs of both ACE, the cities in this county, and RTD. That we need to fight hard to make sure that happens. We need to, if congressional earmarks occur again this year, we need to get some of that funding to help us out with our United Cerebral Palsy Partnership to replace all of their vehicles. We hope to launch contact fare payments where people can just take their Visa, MasterCard and tap it on the bus. They don't have to have fare media. They don't have to have a penny in their pocket. They can just tap their Visa, MasterCard. We're working aggressively on that to get that in place here this year. We've already awarded our county services contract, so we have stability there. We just did that a month ago. We want to continue to grow ridership And a part of my journey, I know I've said it over and over again, and I'm ready to answer questions, and I have a slide, but I need to educate elected officials far and wide across this county about the threat that Valley Link presents to transit in this county. And if you do nothing else, just ask the question, why? Supervisors, I'm happy to entertain any questions, and I really thank you for the opportunity to present to you today.
Well, thank you for that presentation. I think we do have one supervisor. And the first supervisor is Robert Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for being here today. I appreciate it. RTD does great things here in our community. I know myself and the chair were just at the Rosa Parks here. Was it last week?
Yeah, last week.
And you guys did an excellent job. So, and you also have a great board of directors, and they, very caring. I just want to comment on one thing. I know you and I had some discussion with Valley Link and rail and so on, and I'm a big proponent of Valley Link and the ACE train also. And one of the reasons why you're seeing, for example, in my district, in 205, we have over 170,000 cars per day, and buses aren't going to solve that problem. And light rail, like you see with the ACE and Valley Link, for example, with Valley Link, you're talking about getting 12,000 cars off off the road per day, and being a representative member of San Joaquin County on the Valley Air District. One of the things that we try to do, and one of our goals with CARB and the EPA is reduce, pollution, a lot of that coming from emissions. So how do you do that? You remove cars from the road every single day. And one thing I can tell you is that the majority of elected officials, being our assembly member, our senator, our congressional leaders, all support Valley Link and ACE. And if you want to get cars off the roadway and get, and one thing that, I don't think you realize is that people are tired of sitting in traffic, climbing over that hill to go to work every single day. And, you commute 2 to 3 hours to San Jose or whatever it may be, and then that commute is just the same coming back from when you get off work. So you're on the road, 4 hours per day. God forbid if there's an accident, it's even longer. So you have people, I can tell you, when I work the road as an officer, our commute starts at 3:30 in the morning and it ends around 8:30, 9 o'clock. Then it picks right back up around, you start seeing traffic again, 2 o'clock until 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night. So parents are leaving their families and not getting home until the evening, and, that's less time with their loved ones. So when you talk about light rail, for example, how do you get people home faster? Is with light rail. You're not going to do it with a bus. You're getting that amount of volume of cars off the road. You're doing it with light rail. Not to say there's anything wrong, and this shouldn't be a competition between the two. They should be supporting each other. And I understand the funding side of it, and if that's the case, then we need to ask for more funding from our state and federal representatives. So, great report. I'm not too keen of why you would come in here and bash another alternative mode of transportation. It's I think it's kind of petty. We discussed this when I sit on Council of Governments, also the Transportation Committee here in San Joaquin County. And, when we're talking about funding and stuff, I think that's a place for that. But your role here today was to tell about RTD and not to bash another alternate transportation. So I'm kind of disappointed in that. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, my thoughts and prayers for your past constituents down in Southern California. LA Met called us down there, 3 weeks ago and asked for more water, and we delivered it, but I don't think they meant, the amount they've got. So quite a catastrophe down there right now. So, I was enthralled with your background. I've never been a fan. I mean, I've been making fun of empty buses for 40 years. Your experience within, running one of the largest public transportation agencies in the country in Chicago is extremely fascinating to me. We did a report when I worked for the congressman on ridership of San Joaquin County buses, and I think I shared that with you at that time. And I believe the year was 97, 98. The average cost per rider was $495. And what I was arguing is we could buy everybody an electric bicycle and it would have been cheaper. And I pointed that out to you. The new cost now with ridership is down around $17. Is that correct?
I think that's the number that I went back and double checked with you.
Yeah. And something else, it's my job. I'm critical. I want to ask the questions. Was about the empty buses, and you pointed out to me that, it usually at 10 a.m. and 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the buses are empty because they've already taken people to work. And again, you've got to have the buses run continuously. So you're doing fabulous there. I do want to address Valley Link. And I think I'm going to try to find a middle ground here. I have no problem with any program that doesn't cost us any money. So I think our concern is why RTD and Valley Link run into a head jam is because right now on phase one of Valley Link, they're short about $1 billion. And Valley Link is coming to the table now asking to fund phase two. And some of us just feel that until they figured out how to fund phase one, we shouldn't be talking about phase two. And it's the phase two funding that is in direct contrast with RDT programs. The other problem is, I don't mean to cry wolf again, but I started at the beginning of the year. The gravy train is over. And I'm telling you right now that the resources that are going to come from the state and the feds are going to be a lot fewer and far between, and we're going to have to prioritize. And I think when the director was talking about Valley Link, that is his concern, is that what Valley Link, with no current budget numbers, by the way, those numbers are 7 years old, they're asking money for phase two when they haven't even paid for phase one yet. So that, anyway, is my personal concern. Thank you for your presentation.
Okay. Okay, we're going to move on to Supervisor Pianico. Just for comment, this is a presentation, and I think at a later time we can make it a discussion item because apparently everybody wants comments on this. So I think that there's going to be a better forum for this. So
okay, perfect. When we do go to it, I just wondered the $3,000 family pass, can that be deferred, or do they have to come up with that? And then the second question is on voting day, are there free rides to people that can't get to polls if they do decide not to, mail in? Two questions, but we can address that. I mean, I just want to get it out there. So,
yes, and that assumes monthly passes.
Okay, great.
Chairman.
Yes, sir. Oh, Supervisor Patty, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be real brief. RTD does a great job locally service. Obviously, there's issues, Valley Link, where this went. But I got to tell you, the CAO to put this on the agenda today, this is a discussion item. For it to be for recognition of proclamations, I don't get it all. Very poor judgment. So thanks for coming in, sharing what really is a discussion item, as you can tell, spawned by the supervisors with sentiments on any particular side. But this has no business being on our agenda today. Thank you.
Sure, appreciate it. Happy to come back for a discussion item. Happy to
continue
the debate.
Appreciate your time and effort.
Thank you so much.
Through the chair, if I may, we recommended that this be placed as a presentation, which is where outside agencies typically will come to the board to give a presentation, but I do hear the sentiments of having this be a discussion item, which the CAO may consider for the future.
Thank you for the board. Have a good day, sir. Thank you. Okay, moving on to public comment. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda, and minutes, consent calendar, and closed second items. You have 3 minutes. Our first speaker.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just point of order. I know there's some individuals in the crowd right now that are going to want to make public comments on the elections, and we have 2 items on discussion as well. My understanding, I just want to make sure they understand, if they use their 5 minutes here, they're done, or 3, right? So if it's specifically on an agendized item, I would suggest you wait.
Great.
Am I correct?
Sure. Okay. Tino Don, would you like to speak now or regarding your item later? Later. Okay. Anyone else like to speak? Items not on the agenda. Please come forward.
I guess I got to make this pretty quick because I want to speak for 3 minutes later with regard to an obvious issue that I got to be concerned about on the agenda. But I just wanted to commend 211. As you know, I'm the Vice President of Local Veterans Charity, and I'm getting a lot of referrals, but I'm not getting a lot of money raised. People come to me for money, and I can't help them because the money sources in the community have pretty much evaporated. I won't go into a detail there. With regard to the grand jury, I'd like to commend them. As you know, I was a grand juror in 83, 84, and we did indict a sitting elected official. I'd like to see a lot more out of them because there are matters in the community such as the removal of an elected official from the Delta College Board currently that is a travesty. Bravo for the Sheriff's Office and the Delta College Police. They do a job that is largely unsung and they rarely get appreciated. My charity gives bus passes, by the way, for persons that are challenged. And commuters don't attend public meetings. It's a damn shame. The ACE train works well. When I went to Stanford for surgery, the doctor said, if you ride the train, I'll cut you. If you don't, I won't. So there you have it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak regarding items not on the agenda?
Good morning, Chairman Villaputa, Board of Supervisors, and members of the board. While this topic I'm speaking on is in regards to elections, I just don't have the time to stay, so I'm going to make my public comment. Officially, we are underway for our elections, and unfortunately, there's still fraud that plagues our county elections. Again, as I said before, we're not alone. Counties across our nation have been fighting in courts for the truth to come out. Our Sheriff's Department, again, has shared results of the Khan case and highlighting the vulnerabilities of signature verification, online voter registration, voter intimidation, etc. Also, there's a group of concerned citizens that have shared vulnerabilities of ballot drop boxes, highlighting the lack of accountability of ballots and the chain of custody of those ballots in the ROV office. And just in case you haven't heard, there has been breaking news that came out 2 weeks ago. Professor and election expert Jay Halderman hacked into a voting machine in court in front of the judge using only a pen to change vote totals. These are things that you already know. These are things that have already been presented before this board. The San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors, you have jurisdiction and you have authority to act to restore accountability, integrity, transparency, and trust to our elections. A quote from an unknown author: "You can't change what you refuse to confront." Our founding father said, "It is the duty of all nations or all peoples." And I look around and I charge you, I charge me, all of us together, to acknowledge the providence of Almighty God, to obey his will of justice and righteousness, to be grateful for his benefits, and humbly implore, even appeal his protection and favor. I believe even his wisdom, his counsel, and his help to restore trust in our San Joaquin County elections. Together we can do it. Lastly, again, I'll say voters in our San Joaquin County, we need to educate ourselves on the policy and the candidates and get out there and vote. Vote in person. It's the safest and most secure way to do so at your local precinct. Thank you. Have a great day and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Who else like to speak? Okay, at this time, we'll close public comment. Moving on to the minutes.
Move to approve.
January 23rd, 2024. We do have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. Adopted 5-0. Thank you very much. Moving on to the consent calendar. Starting from my right, Supervisor Jane, would you like to pull anything?
Me?
Yes.
Yes, I'd like to pull item 4 and 18.
4 and 18. Supervisor Canepa.
I'm good. My question's been answered previously.
Great. Supervisor Patty.
Chairman, I'll pull item number 10, please.
Number 10. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. 11, please.
Number 11. Okay, to start off with item number 4, approve the appointment of Stephen Dean Reese, Kyle Weinheimer, Patricia Gill, Bobby Wren, Jeffrey Pegg, Lisa Aguilera Larson, Lachelle Adams, to position to various boards and commissions. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just once again want to thank those citizens that have stayed engaged and joined our boards and commissions. It is a valuable service in District 4. I'd just like to single out Dean Ruiz, who's joining our Water Commission Advisory Board for Delta Water Agency. And we now have a full board out in Murata for the first time in years. With the appointment of Patricia Gill and Bobby Wren. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Next item is item number 10, neighborhood preservation. Allocate one management analyst, position 3, effective February 12, 2024, to the neighborhood preservation district budget 5055246000 and approve related budget adjustments. Supervisor Patty.
Microphone on. Thank you, Chairman. Director Dietrich, real quick question. This looks like a position that's been identified as helpful for the services. Is there an individual, or is this just a position that's been identified?
It's a position, a management analyst 3. So neighborhood preservation currently has an allocation of 10. They manage, as articulated in the board letter, multiple grants for the county, but also acts as the collaborative applicant for the continuum of care. There are additional dollars from the continuum of care HUD planning grant, and this allows us to onboard an additional staff member to better address the overall workload within neighborhood preservation. It's something I've worked with HR for several months to get to this point, and it's really to add more ability within neighborhood preservation to do the county's entitlement work as well as the COC, as well as sets the stage for moving forward with some of the COC initiatives.
Excellent. And would you just give a little overview of what this analyst position would encompass? What exactly would they be tasked with doing?
Primarily focusing on the COC and our collaborative applicant agreement with them, but managing COC grants. I think some of our board members are aware that there is a regional planning going on with homeless housing assistance program, round 5, where to draw down the approximately $14 million, we have to have a regional plan that would encompass the city of Stockton, the county, and the COC. So it's primarily focusing on COC funded initiatives and regional collaboration.
So a question for you, when it comes to grants and applications, having someone on staff versus hiring perhaps an agency that does this, is there, what have you seen, or can we identify a benefit?
So beyond the staff that are directly employed by the county that work for these items. We have contracts with, I think it's Ashby and Adams, that does certain of our HUD-focused items. So we do have a little bit of a outsource, and we've used that heavily. I think back in the month of August, of the 10 positions in neighborhood preservation, 5 were unfilled. So we do use some consulting work as well.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you very much. I just want to get a little clarity on the position, the tasks that we'll be able to enhance, and if you had anybody yet, or if that was just the position being identified.
It's a management analyst 3. It's civil service, so we'll have to go through that recruitment process. There might be some ability to define how they are referred. If I really need somebody with housing, this type of expertise. Management analyst 3s are used very broadly throughout the county, but I need somebody with an expertise rather than just fiscal knowledge.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Greg. Moving on to item number 11, Public Health Services, approval of agreement with Rescue Agency Public Health Benefit, LLC, for post-COVID-19 emergent disease program communications, planned from February 6, 2024 through June 30th, 2025, in the amount of $1.9998.727. District 5, Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Welcome.
Thank you.
Just a quick question. What exactly the communication plan entail? And it's post, so we're going to go look at what transpired and what's in case we have another pandemic, communication plan then also.
There are many layers to this. We are actually asking for, it will be addressing items, many of the items that were in the AAR, After Action Improvement Plan. It is going to be able to prepare us for indeed another public health emergency if that entail does come, but also for messaging for outbreaks and surges that may come in other diseases, other emerging diseases. So that is one of the aspects. The other aspect is really helping us get to a point where we have in public health, the pandemic actually cost us quite a bit of trust, and people did not trust us any longer. And so the people that really needed our services, we had a very challenging time getting to them, knowing where they were, being able to talk to them in the languages that they needed to be spoken to. And this is hopefully getting us to a point where we can actually develop those relationships and be able to identify how we can get in contact with them.
Has an after action plan been completed yet or no?
We're in the improvement plan process.
Okay.
The improvement plan has been put in place. There are multiple deadlines that go along with that.
And I mean, when I was reading this, it does pose some concerns, especially what happened here during the pandemic with COVID. And, you mentioned trust. And I think that, nationwide or worldwide, all of the, misinformation, I mean, hey, I can point to a fact when we had a discussion and we were told, hey, if you don't get the COVID vaccine, you're going to die. And that was stated. And, of course, I had some words to say about that. But you're looking at some of the programs, COVID-19 education campaign. And what you're still saying is get the vaccine, get the vaccine. And, hey, I'm all, if people want to get it, by all means, everybody has a right to do what, they want. And I don't think it should be forced on anybody. However, what you don't see is the other alternatives, like the monoclonal antibodies and so on. You don't see that messaging at all. At least I haven't. And why is that?
So the reason it's not on here is because that isn't a secondary prevention initiative. A vaccine would happen prior to that. monoclonal antibody treatment or therapy will happen after you have COVID and you are implementing life-saving measures to try and treat what they have. This initiative is more about prevention and hopefully not getting to that stage.
But you were talking about pushing the vaccines. The vaccines doesn't prevent COVID.
It mitigates the effects of COVID.
But so does the pills and stuff that people are taking also. So why wouldn't you? If one doesn't, neither of them prevent it.
The vaccine is supposed to, based on evidence, is supposed to prevent or at least lessen the likelihood of hospitalization, freeing up our resources like our EDs and our ICUs, and keep people out.
But doesn't the pill do the same thing? Because I know people that are getting COVID and they're taking the pills. So isn't it doing the same thing in preventing, hospital or severe illnesses? So why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you?
Advertise the alternative, the pills, the monoclonal antibodies, whatever the pills are that are out there right now. I'm not a pharmacist.
We're focused more on the prevention, or at least the public health aspect of it is on prevention, whereas that is more about like talking to primary providers and the treatment side. This is trying more of an upstream approach to try and not use those resources that are more costly.
Okay. Let's see if I can explain this better here. The vaccine does not prevent COVID. And what you're saying is, and that's talking about trust, the trust factor, right? Get the vaccine and you're not going to get COVID. Didn't happen, right? And I could sit here and, again, I know, Mr. Diedrich, I could talk about natural immunity all day again, but, I'm not going to do that. But so let me see if I can say this in plain English here. The COVID vaccine doesn't prevent COVID, it just lessens the symptoms of what you're saying, right? So you're still going to
prevent the spread too. If you build up enough immunity, it creates a herd immunity.
And there's people are still getting. Okay, we won't get too deep into this, but so it lessens the severity of the illness, but so does the pills. So
are you talking about the antiviral or the
whatever pills that are out there right now? It was the monoclonal antibodies at one time, and then the pills that they have now. So if you do get it, you can contact your doctor. You get these pills, it lessens the symptoms, and exactly what you're saying the vaccine does.
Sir, what we also do is that if I am not a medical person, but I've been working with COVID for quite some time. I'm the person who is really working with the test to treat. And so what we do, if you're speaking of the antivirals, somewhat like Paxlovid, those are the items that if you have tested positive and you meet the medical requirements to be able to receive that treatment, that will lessen the effects of COVID. And I can honestly tell you I've had COVID twice in the last 6 months, and I've taken Paxlovid both times. Mm-hmm. And it lessened my illness significantly. But that, again, is after you've been diagnosed.
Right. And see, I don't understand the difference. This. You take the vaccine, you still can get COVID, and you can still spread COVID. And at least with the literature I've read, and at least what I've seen. So if you're going to get COVID anyway, if you're going to get COVID and you want to lessen the symptoms, you're saying get the vaccine. What I'm saying, you're going to if you get COVID and you can take the antiviral, whatever, and it lessens the symptoms. It does the same thing as the vaccine. So what I'm saying is, why not push the antivirals? Well, at least inform the public. That's all I'm asking. Inform the public of the alternative, because what you're seeing now, and you're seeing it everywhere, I see it on our website, get the vaccine, get the vaccine, get the vaccine, but you don't see anything about the antiviral. At least I haven't.
Well, and this actually will be covering that. That is part of the campaign in project number 1. It is not just speaking about vaccines, it's talking about testing and treatment, as well as and it's not just limited to COVID. This is
Right, I
to
understand
other
that.
illnesses as
And,
well.
you know, and I just want to clarify, and I'm not against the vaccine or anything. What I am against is, you know, government mandating things like the vaccine, and I was very, very vocal. I think Supervisor Patty was with me. We were both very vocal about that. You know, if you have a medical decision, it's up to you. And again, we were told that it's going to help prevent, you know, the spread, and it doesn't, and it didn't. And lastly, you're talking about future pandemics, and I think that what we need to be aware of is you talk about the trust and how we lost the trust of a lot of individuals because of the misinformation that they were telling us. But looking at the harm it caused our businesses, shutting down businesses, small businesses, why you have, you know, which weren't deemed essential, but yet Home Depot and stuff like that was, you know, make sure that never happens again. And also shutting down our places of worship, that it happened and took 5 U.S. Supreme Court cases to block that. So infringing on people's individual rights protected by the Constitution is something that needs to be weighed also. And so we don't go down that same path as we did. All this stuff should be in this after action plan or whatever it may be, because I can tell you, if something like this happens and you start, you know, shutting down our churches and stuff, I'm going to be the very first one, you know, up here on the dais slamming my fist and saying, you can't do that. But it's California, you know, we'll continue to fight. But so that's all I have, Chair. Thank you very, very much. I know that's kind of long-winded, but it's, and I think it's something that is very important. It's something that needs to be rectified and build our public trust again.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Rickman. Moving on to Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Chairman. It's time to escape crazy town. We're done. $2 million. Are you guys reading this? Okay. $68 billion we're in debt at the state. We've got officers we can't put on the streets. We've got an ag commissioner's office we can't find employees for. We're going to spend $2 million to educate people on something that we can't even agree whether it works or not. And of course, I'm going to have somebody tell me, and then I'm going to really get pissed. It's not our money. It's the federal money or the state money. It comes out of my pocket. My pocket. The guy who owns the restaurant that, you know, got impacted 4 years ago, the employees and everybody else, we're done. I want this on a separate vote. It's crazy. I'd like to make a motion to pull it, a separate vote.
I second that motion.
Okay, item number 11 will be pulled for a separate vote after we're done with the consent calendar. Are we all done here? Supervisor Patty, would you like to comment?
Thank you, Chairman. Just briefly, thank you, Supervisor Ding and Supervisor Rickman, for bringing up the challenges on this. And Supervisor Ding, you beat me to the punch. I wanted to pull this for a separate vote. I don't think it's fitting. Anything that includes, we still see messaging on vaccinate your kids. We see myocarditis as a side effect for some, not all. We see that there are alternate treatments that's not being promoted here. This is all about vaccine, vaccine, vaccine. We know that the pharmaceutical companies have made a lot of money. We know they're all behind this, but this is not something in our county. And just because it's passed through money, I agree with Supervisor Ding, as a business owner, as a taxpayer, as a person that's responsible in San Joaquin County for the use of these dollars, I'm not in favor of it. I don't like anything that's going to be promoting the vaccine. If you want to build up trust, you've got over 50% of the population in this county that do not trust because of the vaccine. When I was chairman of this county, we sued Sacramento, the state, to show us the science. They couldn't. They didn't. And what they provided proved that there was a lot of fallacy and falsehoods alleged. So this is not fitting to come to San Joaquin County, in my opinion. I'm glad we're pulling it on a separate vote. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. I think we're done here. Thank you. Moving on to item number 18, the Sheriff's Office. Approve revision of Section 2505.1 of the County Administrative Manual to allow the Sheriff's Office to facilitate pre-employment physical examinations directly with third-party medical screening providers. District 4, Supervisor Dang.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff, thank you. My twin. This letter was a little disturbing because a year ago, my fellow supervisors remember we had passed to where we were adding the 2 human resource officers into the sheriff's department because there was such a delay in hiring officers. And I thought we were done and we were hiring and they were going through the process and they were out on the streets. And especially this one paragraph, the time frame between this is on Sheriff Withrow's letterhead, the time frame between when a physical examination is requested and when the sheriff's office receives the results is approximately 30 days. In the past, it has exceeded an average of 37 days. In multiple cases, the time frame has exceeded 365 days. And then there's, this resolution that fixes part of it. Given this board's #1 priority, keep the public safe, I just want to make sure this fixes part of the problem, but are we there? I mean, are we hiring officers? I understand they've got to go through their physical and their mental and their background, and that process takes time. But when that's completed, I was under the impression, cool, your 2 HR guys now process the paperwork and they're done. Is there any other holdups going on besides this resolution?
Supervisor Ding, through the chair, I appreciate the question. This is kind of like the last piece of the puzzle. You guys have done everything you possibly can for us with hiring bonuses and getting us the HR people assigned to our department and everything. And this is kind of the last piece of the puzzle. And why this kind of got drug out a little bit is we've been working on this for the past couple years. We addressed this problem. I've been sheriff now for 5 years. We addressed it, I believe, the first week I walked in the office. And so we started looking for solutions to this. And we've worked closely with the CAO's office and HR, and we realized that the problem was this company, Ocumed, that was handling our medicals. So we tried to do all the steps proper, and we went out for a new RFP where we looked for a new company to handle our medicals. We know that there are other companies that handle them for all the other law enforcement agencies, and they have an extremely shorter time frame, as we talked about back then. They're getting their people in for an appointment a day or two afterwards, and then getting their results 99% of the time within 72 hours. And so we went out to RFP. HR and everybody worked together, and we went out to RFP. Unfortunately, the same company won the bid again, claiming that, yes, we're going to fix this, we're going to do better, and we're going to change. And the change never came. And so we've done everything we can to follow all the channels in the chain and to do what's proper to get this done. And finally, we're to the point where, look, this is, as I said, the last piece of the puzzle. And we're losing people because how long it takes us to get people in the door. Perfect example was our last academy class for correctional officers. We had 20 people, maybe 21, that were ready to go into the academy, and there we sat waiting for medicals to get our medicals back so that we could get the academy started. And we had to go ahead and start that academy with 6 or 7 officers instead of 20. The rest were waiting for their medical results. 3 of them, while waiting for their medical results, said, forget it, I'm not waiting, and went and got hired by another department. And the rest, I don't know if they're through with their medicals yet or not, but they should be close, and we'll have to start another academy class after this to get those in. So all we need to do, and all this is asking, is that in the county administrative manual, we're asking that we add a B section to this area that just says that the pre-employment examination will be facilitated by the sheriff's office and by an approved third-party medical provider, and the results will be provided directly to us. And why that's important is there's all these multiple steps that with this other company that we have to go through, where they're a third-party vendor, and we have to set up an appointment with them, so that can take usually weeks to get somebody an appointment to see their person that's approved through this third-party vendor. It's classic government here. And so then they go for their exam, and then it takes a while to get the results, and then those results have to go through the third-party vendor, and then to our HR, and then eventually they work their way back to us. And this system, just by making this little change, we have vendors that we're working with purchasing right now to get approved quickly, that will see our guys in 2 days, and that will get us our results in 72 hours. And those results will come to us and to HR so that they're aware of it also. And it will fix the problem. Last piece of the puzzle. We've got everything else running smooth, and we'll be able to really hire quickly people and quit losing them to other folks, if that explains it well enough.
Absolutely. Thanks, Sheriff. Okay. And then I need guidance here from council and county administrators. How does this work? This was listed on consent. So what he is asking for is that included here, or are you just on consent saying you got his letter?
Supervisor Ding, through the chair, we have been actively working through our HR department with the sheriff's office to make this change, and also, as he mentioned, with our purchasing department, because there are purchasing aspects of this when we switch vendors. And so this has been ongoing for quite a while, I think, and really the essence of the change is we're now putting the sheriff's office in front of HR as it comes down to the medical aspect of it, and they're getting the flexibility of picking other vendors besides Ocumed, which we tried to get away from, as the sheriff explained, but because we had to follow a process, we wound up with them anyway because they were the low bidder based on the criteria they presented us. So if you're asking why it was on consent rather than...
No. I guess I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. I can't get used to this new thing. There's nothing we need to do here. You guys are this is a done deal, or?
I think this gets us pretty close. The last thing's going to be purchasing, and
but there's no action needed by the board other than to approve.
That's correct. If we get this changed in the manual, and it won't change it for every other department, it's just us because we have these arduous physicals and stuff that the folks have to go through. It's just a little change in the manual, gets it into our hands. We can make it happen quick. And as long as we get the purchasing to approve our vendors that we want to use, then we'll be up and running.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Petty. Thank you, Chairman. And I think that's the big question, Sheriff, through the chair, asking the Sheriff, I'd like to hear from our purchasing director, this process, if it could be amended, and as it's amended, is it fixed right here? Is the process being fixed here just for your department? And so it's a bigger, deeper dive, because I don't know how it is we put out an RFP, we get back a proof of concept from a company that they have failed. So their empty promise that we're going to do better, and they've proved in the past that they cannot perform, and then we rehire them. So I'd like to understand, how is that, and what can we do different in the county so that, let's say there's 2 or 3 options, you knock off the one that you know, like, let's have a scoring system. Well, have they performed this service in the past? Yes. Have you been satisfied? Yes or no? If it's no, then you knock them off the list and you go with a different vendor. So I'd like to know, what is it, I see our purchasing director here, if you can please come down, what is it about the process that we could amend? Let's learn from this and possibly amend going forward. I'm just really curious how we approved a failed service for it to be a bigger issue on a continued basis.
So when you conduct a fresh RFP and you have a vendor that, say, you're not particularly pleased with in the past, normally you would do what's called a cure for performance. You would have issued a notification to that vendor, putting them on notice that basically, like, it's probation. They have so many days to make corrective actions. If they fail to make corrective actions, then you dismiss or terminate their contract and you produce a writing, and that goes in the contract file. If they go ahead and submit a bid in the future, usually it's good for up to a year. you then have the ability to just say, no, we're not going to use you because you have written record evidence in the file that shows they were dismissed for poor performance. If I'm understanding correctly the statements that were made here today, I am not hearing that something like that occurred, so that's why the county has to entertain that particular vendor again, because there's nothing in the record. That's based on the information I have at the moment.
Understood. So we need a little bit more follow-through. Like, we might know it internally, but it wasn't filed with the purchasing department or something, that there was a problem with the vendor?
Yes, and that occasionally happens where customers are somewhat displeased with a vendor, but unfortunately they don't commence it into writing. They report it to purchasing, and then we actually then take the steps to do a notice to cure with the vendor, putting them on probation, and then if they don't make corrective actions, then we dismiss them through a contract termination, and then that notification ends up in a file. And I don't want to use the word, but I will. Usually they're debarred for up to 1 year from submitting any other purchases or landing a contract, but we have to have that written record that we went through the process. We worked with the vendor failed that process, and now we have it in writing that they were terminated for that particular reason, and then they're basically debarred for up to a year.
Excellent. And I think what might be helpful is maybe you let all of our departments know that process or protocol, so that it is filed, it's on record, and it may or may not be a barring, but maybe raise flags before it can be renewed. You check with the department, is this vendor worth renewing with? Some process, policy and protocol that would be helpful. But again, through the chair, going back to the sheriff, this action today on consent will satisfy your needs so that we can proceed and it'll be a better process going forward.
Yes, we've got a vendor in mind that we'd like to use, and we're trying not to go through the entire RFP process. It's we're trying to keep that dollar amount underneath. I believe it's $200,000 or something like that. I don't know, Joe, do you know?
To answer the question directly, members of the board through the chair, I'm not purchasing. I'm not. I've been involved in a number of procurement processes. Yes, my opinion is we are not necessarily reaching the certain thresholds I'm personally aware of to dictate or mandate a full-blown RFP process. This is can be potentially done other ways. My job is to explore those ways, and we're currently doing so in the process, contingent, of course, on this consent item here today.
Excellent. Well, if there's any further delay or anything needed, action from the board is here to serve you. The board's in charge of the county, so come to the board for anything that you do need, because we want to help you guys facilitate. You need the support. You need your staff. You need your personnel. You go through the efforts for recruitment, which is difficult enough as it is, so we want to help facilitate your success.
Supervisor, thank you so much. You guys have been so supportive all through this trying time for us to get the bodies that we need. And the CAA's office has been amazing, and his team with Mo and Sandy and everyone. So everybody's been real supportive. So hopefully this is the last hurdle, and we'll get rocking and get our numbers back up.
Well, it's challenging for us to find out that there's been problems thus far. So glad that today can help rectify it, and maybe lessons learned. CAO's office might be able to be more responsive when issues like this arise. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Officer Pierre. Okay, I think this closes the consent calendar. We do have a motion and a second, item number 11, so we'll take that motion. We'll take that vote first.
Chair, can I have a quick comment?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. On that item 11, what I want to see, I would like to see it come back at another time, but things that need to be addressed is, what I mentioned, some of the, the past practices that happened during the pandemic, about, I'm sorry, I have some notes here. The therapeutics. I was just looking through my notes from, of 2021, but, the therapeutics and where they can be getting, that includes the antiviral meds, the trust, and what do we learn from the past mistakes. And also, you're talking about what Supervisor Ding mentioned, the closing of businesses and our churches, and religion and health exceptions, and just misinformation that was out there that hasn't been corrected. And I think those are all issues. I know we're looking at the after-action plan. I know this board, emergency after-action report and improvement plan presented to and approved by the board on December 13th, 2022. It seems like some of those concerns that this board has had hasn't really been addressed, and I'm just concerned that, you know, you have this communication plan and it's going to be, again, just one-sided, and it's going to be from, you know, what the state or whatever it may be is pushing at that time, and not looking into the hardships that, you know, we had in this county, and, you know, be objective. And there has been just report after report after report everywhere, the damage it caused our businesses and, you know, the trust side, but even the mental health aspect of it. You know, but what happened when you closed our schools for, you know, over a year, and it has set back our students' educational opportunities. It's unfathomable. And the mental health and the suicide rates and all these different things that resulted from COVID. And I don't think that has been explained yet. And what are you going to do about the future messaging of this when we do have a future pandemic? And, you know, there probably will be one someday. And how are we going to take lessons learned into, you know, apply them today? So that was my concern. That's what I would like to see.
Okay, well, thank you for the comment. We do have a motion in a second. I guess we'll take a vote.
Actually, a point of clarification. There is a motion and second to separately hear item number 11, but a motion isn't necessary. In order to separately hear it, Supervisor Ding's request by itself is sufficient, and so it isn't necessary to vote on that motion.
Okay. All right, then we'll vote on those.
Mr. Chairman, I request a separate vote. Not necessary, but I want one recorded.
No, there's, my understanding is you want a separate vote on 11.
Correct.
And your request, the protocol at the board is your request to vote separate is by itself sufficient. You know, we don't normally take motions on separate votes.
So, Attorney, what you're saying is we're just going to vote on this. We don't need a. So
Exactly. It'll be separately voted on just by virtue of a supervisor requesting it.
Okay. So we will take a vote then, correct?
So you'll call for a vote on consent item number 11, and then you'll call for a vote for the remainder of the items.
Okay, we'll take a vote for separate motion for item number 11 and the rest of the consent calendar.
So at this time, we need a motion to either approve or deny consent item number 11.
Motion to deny.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar minus 11.
Second.
We have a first and a second. A vote, please. Okay, now we'll have a vote for item number 11, correct?
Correct. And normally somebody would make a motion to approve it, even if they didn't want it approved. And then if it doesn't get a majority vote, then it fails.
So Supervisor Ding, would you like to make a motion to approve number 11? No, we have to put it up for a vote.
Yeah, normally you don't vote with the negative. You're making a motion to approve it doesn't mean you approve it. It just means you want to vote on it.
Yes.
Okay, I second that motion.
There is a motion and a second. Can we get a vote, please?
I would just make sure that Supervisor Patty and Supervisor Ding, that you check that you are able to vote how you wish, because you have made the motion and the second. I want to make sure that doesn't automatically give you a yes vote.
Thank you. I was concerned.
If it does, then there we go.
Okay, now that we approve that, now we need to make another motion to vote on it, correct?
No, we're good right now.
We're good? Okay.
You're voting on it, yes or no?
The Supervisor Canepa still needs to vote on this one.
Okay, the motion.
And I'm sorry, Supervisor Ding, are you wanting to vote yes to approve this item or vote no to approve this item? To approve this item, do you want it approved or?
I want it shot in the head and killed.
So I think you want to vote no to approve it. So that motion fails 3-2.
Are we updated? Is this updated? It still says yes, 3-2.
We did take a separate, can we just take another vote?
Take a roll call.
We have to take it. Is a yes a no, a no is a yes?
Correct. So a yes vote to approve.
So you have me recorded as a what?
So initially it was a yes, but it is now recorded as a no. So that's Supervisors Patty, Rickman, and Ding voting no, and Supervisors Villalpando and Canepa voting yes.
Can we do a revote? I think people were misunderstood the whole
Yes.
situation. Let's start over again. We have a motion and a second, and now vote. No means knock down the item, and yes means to fall through the item. Correct? Okay, let's do it. Let's vote again.
Roll call, please.
Sure. Supervisor Ding?
I want to kill it. No.
Supervisor Canepa? Supervisor Patty?
No.
Supervisor Rickman?
No.
And Chairman Villalpando?
No. Okay, does that conclude the consent calendar? We're done.
So Supervisor Ding, you voted yes. I just messing.
You voted no.
I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you.
Because you are the mover and the seconder, it automatically starts as a yes. So I'm manually
Okay,
putting in the record the no's that are recorded. Once that saves, it'll appear as denied.
Okay, motion calendar is closed. Thank you very much. Moving on to our scheduled morning public hearing.
Now I need behavioral health. I'm having a hard.
General Services, conduct bid openings for the sale of San Joaquin County surplus real property located at 471 East Sandstone Court, Woodbridge, California. Welcome, General Services. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Connie Hart, Assistant Director of General Services, and with me today is Sarish Khan, our county's property manager. And Chairman, I think that you start us off.
Yes. Clerk of the board, is there any written bids that have been received?
Chairman, there are no valid bids that were received, so the minimum oral bid is $598,000.
We're on scheduled morning public hearing. Okay, I want to declare the minimum oral bid amount and announce that any successful bidders will be required to post a $20,000 deposit in the form of a cashier's check, certified check, or cash by the close of business. Interested bidders must be present in chambers, announce the minimum bid increment, $10,000. The county will award the highest bid actually received during the hearing. Any successful bidder's deposits will be returned to the General Services Department upon presentation of proper identification beginning Thursday morning, 2/8/2024. In oral bidding, if there are any bidders should be required to state their name and bid the amount for the record each time by the time they bid. Board clerks should note the bid and the amounts. There are no further bids made at this time. There are no bids, correct?
There have been none received, and it doesn't appear that anyone here is to submit bids.
Okay, at this time, I will close the bidding and announce that the high and the low bidder and the GSE staff will coordinate purchase and sales documents for the execution by the chair. Also, a reminder that the General Services Department will return unsuccessful bidders' deposits from the GSD office on or after Thursday, 2/28/2024, and will take action on the resolution. If there are no bids, and there are none, GSD will continue to market the property and return to the board with a recommendation for disposition at a future date.
That's correct. So since there are no bids, Chair, it would be appropriate at this time for your board to take action on the board order.
Okay.
That would allow us to market the property.
Okay. This time, do I need to open to the public, clerk of the board?
I believe it's already been open to the public to submit their bids. I don't know if anybody wants to make public comments on this item.
Public comment is now closed. We'll bring it back to the board. And at this time, we need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
So I just want to clarify that this motion is for GSD to continue to market the property and return to the board.
Yes. We have first and a second, we have a vote, please. Waiting on Supervisor Ding. Okay, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay, at this time, we have 10 items, discussion items. We're going to move item number 10, probation, to the top of the list. Receive an oral report of the community assessment, response and engagement, multidisciplinary team, care program, and approve the creation, implementation of the care program in San Joaquin County. Chief Jackson.
All right, can you hear me? Is this on? All right, good morning, Chairman Villapudua, members of the board, CAO Wilver Ding, County Council Kiernan, and Madam Clerk Steve Jackson, Chief Probation Officer. I also have with me our Assistant Chief, Emily Hammond, who you will see also has some operational experience with the care program out of Stanislaus County. So before we get started, real quick, a couple points. Just want to make note, I appreciate Supervisor Patty and Vice Chair Supervisor Canepa for your leadership in getting some of our counterparts together, stakeholders, to talk about a way to attack our homeless issue countywide, and allowing myself and Assistant Chief Hammond to talk a little bit about the Stanislaus Care Program and provide us the opportunity for today. Second, as you'll see, this program and has no, does not limit or take away anything that our city or county law enforcement agencies are currently doing today with their teams. I want to be clear with that. Second, with our county departments and divisions, this, as you'll see, is a county-wide organizational collaborative approach to homelessness that we're all dealing with today. So I'll briefly share the Stanislaus Care Program. You'll see it's a combination of their first and second phase. And then I have some recommendations and some questions if you have some at the end, and Ms. Hammond's here to help me as the expert. All right.
Chief Jackson, can I ask you just bring the microphone a little closer, please?
Sure. I'll try not to slouch while I present. Thank you. So our title page we'd like to call our program San Joaquin Community Assessment, Response and Engagement Services, SJ Cares, very fitting. And the first page are objectives, as you can see, to identify San Joaquin County residents experiencing homelessness who are in critical need of linkage to multidisciplinary resources. Facilitate the expedited assessment and linkage of the identified clients to supportive services, to include housing within San Joaquin County. Utilize San Joaquin County multidisciplinary resources and assessment, coordination, treatment services to meet the complex mental, physical, and social needs of the identified homeless population most appropriately. To provide robust case management services in coordination with community supports to ensure continuity of care. And realize an increase in the priority population accepting services and support, resulting in a reduction in demand for emergency services, reducing distress for individuals and the community, and stabilization among the priority population. All right, operationally, upon identifying clients, a key component of the program will be outreach. Outreach that is not stationary but mobile, involving clients in need of services at the location where they are. Access. The mobile outreach team will provide access to coordinated entry to the most vulnerable clients and households who may not otherwise be able to, or willing to engage at an established access center. Data. The outreach and engagement team will scout geographic areas and use data to engage clients in the field, and will travel to meet clients at social service locations throughout the county. Engage. Post-outreach, the team will begin to engage. Engagement is a process by which a trusting relationship between the outreach worker and the client is established. Successful engagement is realized once services are accepted and the client is engaged in a plan. Case management. Case management is a collaborative and planned approach to ensuring the person experiencing homelessness gets the services and support they need to move forward with their life. Case managers will assess the needs of the client and, where appropriate, arrange, coordinate, and advocate for the delivery and access to a range of programs and services designed to meet their individual needs. Case managers' duties will include intake, assessment, planning, referral linkage, advocacy, monitoring, evaluation, and case plan and transition discharge. Case managers will assist clients in accessing medical, educational, social, vocational, rehabilitative, housing, and other needed services to assist in their progress. Expectations will include seeing clients face-to-face weekly in the community and or making multiple attempts to locate clients in the community. Data, goals, and outcomes for a priority population. An analyst assigned to the team will obtain data provided by referring agencies to determine the population in the greatest need of services. The number of calls for services, arrests, days spent in jail, and 5150 W&I code holds will be gathered for the year prior to an individual being referred to the team and will serve as a baseline. Successful outcomes will include a reduction of clients experiencing homelessness in addition to the priority goals noted above.
Okay. Priority goals as listed, I see they're kind of in those photo boxes, but those are our priority goals, is to reduce calls for service, reduce arrests, reduce jail time, and reduce 5150 holds. And then, of course, the overarching goal is to that reduction in homelessness. But often when you see those goals realized, that leads to the reduction in homelessness, as proven by several other counties that have followed a similar model.
So on the next page of recommendations, I understand you received a very high-level approach to the stand care model that we would like to implement here in San Joaquin. But our recommendations, as you heard, receive an oral report on Stanislaus County's community agency response and engagement multidisciplinary team, the CARE program. 2, to direct the chief probation officer to create and implement a similar program in San Joaquin County with collaboration from other county departments. Designate probation as the lead agency of the San Joaquin County CARE program. And lastly, consider allocation of a management position and a business analyst 1-2 position to the probation department. Ideally, someone of authority, a deputy chief in the department that could lead, organize, and implement this program countywide would be ideal. With that, if you didn't already know what I look like, they put a picture up there for me. But questions, and thank you for your time. I really appreciate the opportunity to present.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I was quick on the button there, so I know that all the supervisors are going to want to weigh in. Thank you, Chief Jackson, for the presentation. I know short notice, we're moving forward and getting things done. And Ms. Emily, your steadfast levels of engagement has really brought us here. And I just really want to review, for the public's sake and for ourselves, how we got here. This county, we have identified that the housing first model is not the end-all be-all. It's falling short in addressing the unsheltered homeless population. When Supervisor Canepa was elected and came into office, this board discussed, and he and I were appointed and became a little bit of an ad hoc. We did an examination review. We did a dog and pony show. We talked to city managers. We talked to departments, staff, and we found the gaps that are missing. We kind of put together a hit list. We've been accumulating a lot of information, but most importantly, I want to recognize that this board, not any other office, not the CAO's office, not any other office in any capacity throughout the county, that has recognized the necessity to support and facilitate our departments with what you need to be successful when addressing this humanitarian crisis. We, as a board, and no other agency in San Joaquin County, no other administrative body, has allocated funding to our cities in partnership to local nonprofits to help them stand up shelter beds, to help them really enhance their facilities to address that crisis. So what we now find, and thanks to Supervisor Canepa, thanks to his Chief of Staff, Gina Calder, Mike Anderson in my department, and other staff members, and this entire board, we have gotten to a juncture where we need structure for support and for success. And that's what we've identified. I think that's thanks to the efforts coming out of District 2 and in my efforts. And again, every single supervisor's community has been affected by the unsheltered homeless impacts. We look at that, the University of Pacific did an analysis between $130 to $150 million annually. It's costing this county in totality. So I appreciate that once we've addressed these shortcomings, that which was missing, and we basically had a big roundtable discussion with our sheriff's department. We had different multiple agencies in the room, but Chief Jackson, you and your team stepped up and said, I think we have a model that we can replicate, that we can bring into San Joaquin County, that we can identify with measurable results. And just some of what we talked about, and I want to have a couple questions for you. But identifying in San Joaquin County and addressing that unsheltered population as the priority of our conversations, facilitating and coordinating with shelters that as they're building up their beds. I know we put out tens of millions of dollars to these cities in partnership to facilitate and build out these shelters. I know that we want to provide services and incorporate local nonprofit and faith-based groups. Leading to a question for you. And maybe you don't know this yet, and you may. HMIS. That seems to be something that we want to have as a tool. It's part of the continuum of care. It's a mandatory. It has to be here in the county. It should be an information-based system. I know that there's some additional resources that can be embedded into the HMIS system as we perhaps expand it. The Sheriff's Department, they've been exceptionally, Captain Hardy's been exceptionally steadfast that the things we've talked about in our meetings, he's been like, I've been waiting for this. You guys are reading my mind. We've identified these issues we want to have at our fingertips. We want to be able to find and identify in real time where the beds are so we can encounter people that are ready for help and get them somewhere. So with the crisis response teams, working with our behavior health, working with our multiple agencies, looking at this. It's a big task you guys are taking on. So question for you, where are we at with the HMIS system? Do you know yet, or are we discovering still how we fully infuse that into the efforts?
So I don't know where we're at with HMIS, but I think it's important, like I mentioned before. We truly are blessed to have I consider her an operational expert with CARE, spending a few years implementing. So Assistant Chief Hammond might have an answer on how HMIS is incorporated into CARE. She has the operational experience.
Yeah, so I can speak quickly to that. HMIS, so Homeless Management Information System, is really a critical component to making the program a success. What HMIS can do is provide all teams that do have access to the same individuals with the knowledge of where the existing bed spaces are, previous services offered, mental health concerns, perhaps some kinship information, where they may have relatives who do have an active interest in their life, where those individuals are found most frequently. But there's definitely some barriers to getting access to HMIS. And so, any reduction of those barriers to getting access or getting the team's access would certainly improve the effort and what we're able to accomplish here.
Okay, so that's yet to be built, fully understood or infused into what's going to be put together?
So I understand it exists within the county, so within the county structure, but it's my understanding that the law enforcement partners specifically do not have access. And even if it's just read-only access, it would be helpful to have that information. And also, we don't want to limit our behavioral health partners, public health partners, who would also need the same access if they're going to be part of our multidisciplinary team effort.
Excellent. I'm glad to see that's on the docket. And I know there's things to learn as you receive this, if the board was able to move in this direction. Question for you as it relates to continuum of care. We've got neighborhood preservation. Just this morning, we approved a position. Would it be preferable that we're shifting this directly under probation, or what's the vision of how you see this?
A collaboration, Supervisor Patty. I mean, we don't want to limit or tear down anything that our county departments are doing. Our COC, the housing portion under healthcare services, and even our city and county agencies need to do what they're doing with their teams. Many of them are doing great things already and have teams in place and resources. This is about a county-wide collaborative effort with one organizational structure so that we move together, not separately. So,
Understood.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that's a great approach. I know we're not trying to throw a nuclear bomb anywhere or disrupt anything, but more just this structure of support so that we're coordinated and everybody's maximizing their efforts into, I think, a giant umbrella over San Joaquin County, because from every corner of the county we have this critical environment for so many individuals that's been a detriment for not only their well-being but throughout the communities. I think, Chairman, at this time that's all I may have, but I want to just really commend the willingness, the partnership that we're forming, and more importantly, the vision of the structure. That's truly the thing that I believe we've identified. Supervisor Canepa has been steadfast in his work through his office with Chief of Staff Ms. Calder and our office as well. So it's been a pleasure working with you all and the multiple agencies that we've reached out to and dealt with, and this is just an expansion and enhancement. So thank you very, very much for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Supervisor Canepa.
I also want to commend your guys' effort, for stepping up, because it's been hard. Obviously, neighborhood preservation, we had come forward with those positions, and that didn't work. But going forward, we need to do it collectively, and we need to have everybody on board. And I mean, we're talking about the HMIS. What we needed was a dashboard for law enforcement, because eventually I always say, hey, we need a safe camping site, because people in the community are so frustrated with the inability to get things done. And I think this is the step, as far as collaborating, getting everybody together. We've talked with Caltrans. We've talked with, it's under Central Valley Low-Income Housing, under HMIS. You know what I mean? We need something to say where the beds are, because there's beds. And for people that don't want to go to those beds, what are the alternatives that we're going to have to do? Whether it's the warm handoff back to a loved one if they need a bus ride, or a train ride, or something to get those people connected back where they're from or where they want to be. A lot of people don't want to go. The Pathways Project at St. Mary's is coming online, which is another piece. The continuum of care and the work that they do, mandated by HUD, and that's what HMIS is part of. There's fees that go along with belonging to it and who could put the information in. We had looked at, doing an outside kind of software program that Gina had looked at, and they could do that. But and now we found out that it's possible to do it on HMIS. Why it hasn't been done is beyond me. So all these little pieces of the puzzle in, behavioral health and how law enforcement, so that when there is somebody that needs transportation, that we help with law enforcement to get that person where they need to be for the warm handoff. the pieces of the puzzle. Be Well is coming, we went down to Orange County and saw an amazing, they had a garage and you could come in. So the city has community medical centers doing a $5 million pilot program where they go and triage. Well, there's nowhere to take them. So, I mean, the detox beds, there's not enough. There's 16 beds available to the county for detox, and the county is 780,000. It's embarrassing. So we went down to Orange County. So all these pieces of the puzzle need to be put together. And I mean, it's not, I mean, if we have to copy Stanton County, I mean, that's good that we can at least do that and admit that maybe there is best practices that somebody on the outside is doing, and how do we learn? And since all of you, and Genevieve and Greg, I know, wanted to speak to this and make sure that there's inclusion, so I don't know if the chair would allow that or when he wants to allow that. But I think this is a step in the right direction. Thank you for stepping. I didn't touch anything. Time's up. So, thank you for stepping up and wanting to lead, and I think it's multi-jurisdictional, just like you said. All the cities are doing great work. How do we get leadership to step up and bring the ball forward? We kind of are at a standstill, and so I appreciate you guys stepping up to do that.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. This time I'd like to have Director Dietrich and Genevieve have say a few words or comment on this item.
Thank you, Chairman Villaputa. I'm in support of this. I just, back in November 28th, I brought some recommendations. We need these wider collaborations with our law enforcement agencies, with our city partners. I made a motion to use the encampment response team. This is kind of an adjunct of that. Just want to comment that the CARES program in Stanislaus, it's voluntary. And in order to have, and it's something we do currently with our whole person care and some of our full service partnerships, and BHS is putting more money from the Mental Health Services Act into a homeless full service partnership, which are low caseloads and everything we can do to make sure that these people don't decompensate. But it's voluntary in the sense that these individuals, in order for behavioral health to coordinate with our atypical partners and share mental health or substance use diagnosis, the client, if you will, has to sign a release of information that is very specific. It's gotten a little bit more loose. Before, it used to be, I can share it with Captain Jones of probation. Now it's a little bit more general. We can share it with San Joaquin County probation. It's good for 365 days. But just wanted to make sure that the board is aware of this voluntary nature of it. Again, small caseloads, a lot of collaboration. To speak to the HMIS, I do know that it's still under Central Valley Low-Income Housing. I think the continuum of care will look at an assessment of that. I made a pitch that I'd like to have the county assume it, but currently, indeed, John Mendelson is out there looking for about $94,000 to create that bed real-time count by the shelter providers. A limiting factor, I'm asking, can that be pushed to a public-facing website? Because one of the limitations is for HMIS access, it's a named individual versus concurrent users. And if the teams have 20 or 30, well, that's 20 or 30 licenses, and that's still a barrier, but I think we can get through that. I know it mentions maybe using community corrections partnership money, and I think that's going to be key because it also mentions fund balance. Behavioral health does not always have the color of money that could be used broadly. And if Proposition 1 passes in another month, about 30% of our prevention money might be going away. So, but with that, I'm sure Genevieve has some comments as well. Thank you.
If I may, really quick, just to your note about the release of information, that's actually, this is just a very large, bigger picture view today. That's actually priority number one on one of the data outcomes is that the first step that's considered success is getting the release of information signed. So in that whether that's on the street by the multidisciplinary team or in an office setting or wherever, it doesn't matter. As long as we get that ROI signed, that's the first step in towards success with the program.
Good morning, Genevieve Valentine, Behavioral Health Director. I want to thank Chief Jackson and Assistant Chief Hammond for bringing this to the board. Behavioral health is supportive of this model and this practice. As Director Diedrich said, behavioral health in this MHSA plan is putting money aside for a whole person care full service partnership as an extension of homeless outreach. Prop 1 could potentially impact our prevention dollars by actually taking it away altogether. Our current homeless programming is actually funded through PAF grants and MHSA. So there will have to be an ask at some point through CCP or other measures for our homeless outreach outside of full service partnerships, which our friends at probation know, and we've had wonderful working relationships. Behavioral health is excited about this opportunity to mobilize together and be able to cause some positive movement with our mentally ill and substance abuse individuals that are also experiencing homelessness.
Okay. Any other comments? At this time, I'm going to open public comment. Oh, Paul, you want to speak? Supervisor Campbell? Okay, at this time, I'll open public comment. Anyone would like to comment on this matter? I see none. I'll close the public comment, and we'll refer back to Supervisor Campbell.
I just want to commend Tom. I mean, this guy is diligent. No, he is diligent, sometimes to a fault, but he does an amazing job in the meetings and running the meetings and getting everybody to step up and be accountable. And I think that's the most important part, is just being accountable. I mean, sometimes, and I ask, and I always complain, we throw a lot of money at a lot of these programs, and you know what I mean, we need to be stewards of taxpayers' money. And so for me, it's important that we do this, and that there needs to be a kind of invigoration, because when you do the same thing over and over again and you get the same results, it's called insanity. And I think we're all kind of insane in a certain way, but how you change that insanity to something positive. And I think this is a step in the right direction. Whether we have to copy somebody's best practices, what we need to do, just not be too proud and learn from others. And I think that's the most important part that we've learned in our kind of roadshow, is that we're not specialists in all of this, and that it's okay to take advice and take input from other agencies. And I think that's what this day going forward brings everybody together with some renewed enthusiasm. And so we've been working on this very, very hard. And I do want to commend Supervisor Patty, because he's been in there and we've been in there and trying to get more partners to step up and lead. So thank you.
Great. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. No, I think it's a great program. Are you ready for it? Are you sure? There's still time. But thank you, Chief, and thank you both for being here, and great presentation. And good job to our colleagues, Supervisor Canepa and Supervisor Canepa. Thank you, and Supervisor Patty also. But hey, you look over the last 2 years, we spent over $200 million, and that's state and feds, of course, funneling through San Joaquin County. So I think what you said, Chief, is spot on. Is move together instead of acting independently. And I think that's one of the major issues that we've had, is that we've had a bunch of different cogs working separately, and the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. And so I think this is great. And as Supervisor Canepa mentioned, there's no reason to reinvent the wheel. Somebody else is doing it, working great. Take it from them and implement it here. One thing I concur with Supervisor Canepa, I think somebody else, you might have mentioned it, somebody mentioned it, is that, I think it's essential that we have a real-time count. When we're having these, our beds, and we've spent tens of millions of dollars, just on this board money, for other cities to prop up their emergency shelters and stuff. And one of the complaints we get is folks, sleeping in our parks, or, sleeping in the right-of-ways and right next to the roadway, which is dangerous. If we have a real-time count, and so we know how many beds are open, that gives our law enforcement and our sheriff's department the tools needed to say, contact an individual, hey, there's a bed over here. You need to get up and go get the help you need, and get out of the rain, the cold, and so on. So with that being said, good job, everybody, and thank you, Chief, for taking this responsibility on.
Thank you, Supervisor Rickman. I too. Also like to comment on Supervisor Patty and Supervisor Canepa for putting all this hard work, and I think this is a great idea. It's going to work well, and we're going to help a lot of people. So that's what it's all about. And
thank you, Chairman. I think I'll wrap this up, and I believe we need a motion to move this forward through the chair asking County Council. Okay, So just for a little clarity, I'd like to move, the honor of moving this forward, and thank you for Deputy Chief Hammond. So it's his proper title, Deputy Chief, right?
Assistant Chief, sir.
Assistant Chief, okay, thank you. And Chief Jackson, again, this is a Herculean task, bringing this on, but we want to be crystal clear that it all funnels to you. There's no agencies in San Joaquin County working in autonomy. We know that the structure is what's been needed, and this is going to happen in coordination through your offices. So with that said, I know in this recommendation today, we've got, receive an oral report, direct probation, Chief Probation Officer Jackson to create and implement a similar program in San Joaquin County to the CARES program in Stanislaus. But my question for you is, designate probation as the lead agency, San Joaquin County Care Program, and consider allocation of a management position and business analyst 1 and 2. Through the chair, can we make that part of the motion to approve it? That's what I'm looking to move this forward, so we're not just considering it, but we're approving.
Yeah, the recommendation in the board letter is set forth on the first page, and it is your discretion to make a motion to approve all 4 things listed there, which would include what you just mentioned.
So we can approve those positions? Okay, it just says consider. Okay, so consider allocation, we'll make a motion. So my motion would include to approve the request for the management positions, business analyst 1 and 2 to the probation department. And that's my motion, and I'll follow with a question before a second. Is there any other asset? Do you know of a vehicle that you need or anything like an emergency response team? If so, bring it to us so we can facilitate that as well. I know it's not in the agenda today, but anything you need to model success, myself and I believe this board will stand with you. So thank you again. That's a motion, Chair.
Okay, great. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. We'll vote, please. And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Chief and Assistant Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to discussion items. Item number 1, District 1, approve the use of Supervisor District 1 funds for Eastern Little League, Stockton, $10,000, and also Animal Protection League, Mobile Spray and Neuter Clinic, $10,000, and Carl Ross Post 16, American Legion, $5,000. Clerk of the Board, we also have items 2, 3, and 5 related. Can we do it together, or do we need to do a separate vote, correct?
You will need to do separate votes, but you can go ahead and have one discussion on the donations to the APL.
Okay, so 2, 3, and 5 are also $10,000 to the Animal Protection League. Is there any questions or any items you'd like to discuss? Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to recognize and appreciate that you're including some funding for Eastern Little League for $10,000. My office did reach out to Hoover Tyler Little League, where I grew up and played baseball, and we're going to have a conversation with the president of San Joaquin County Little League, the person that's in charge of it, to, if any other, for each supervisorial district, if there's any other requests for equipment and such on their facilities, because every year they've gone through theft, they got through worn out equipment and such. So I appreciate you having the foresight of having it on the agenda, but we may also have some future asks from our departments from other leagues throughout the county. But I'm very much in favor of it. Great job bringing it forward.
Thank you. Also, Carl Ross Post donated $5,000, but they always need money. They do a lot for our veterans. If you guys ever want to consider donating to their, I know Tino's here and do a great job for Carl Ross, and I appreciate all your time and efforts you put in. So at this time, I'll take a motion on my item number 1 for Animal Protection League, $10,000. Oh yeah, public comment. Open the public comment on this item. Anybody would like to comment?
1, 2, or 3.
1, 2, or 3? None? I see no items for public comment. Close public comment. This time,
Move to approve.
got a motion from 1.
I second.
Move on it in sections, or move to approve the individual items?
It's going to have to be individual.
Okay.
Okay, we have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. And the the motion passes 5-0. Moving on to,
Motion to approve item number 2.
okay,
Second.
Discussion.
item
Do we
number
need-
2.
Any public comment on it?
Do we need public comment? Anybody? I see none. Close it. We'll take a motion in a second.
Motion to approve item 2.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Vote please. Yes. Okay, moving on to item number 3. Approve the use of $10,000 from Supervisor District 3 funds for the Animal Protection League Mobile Spray and Neuter Clinic. Any comments from the public? I see none. We'll take a motion.
So moved. Second.
We got a first and a second. A vote please. Yes. Moving on to item number, we're going to skip item number 4 for right now. Go on to item number 5. Approve the use of $10,000 from Supervisor District 5 funds for the Animal Protection League Mobile Spray and Neuter Clinic. Over the public comment. I see none. I'll close it, and we'll take a motion, please.
I have a real quick question, Madam Chair. Is there anybody here from the Animal Protection League Mobile Spray?
Jill Antonini called. She could not make it today.
Okay, one of my concerns is that, you know, if I want to use my district funds, which is, you know, when we created this, was, you know, help our individual districts, that this program is actually going to come to my district. You know, and I don't want to see it just one time or whatever it is. I mean, I expect it to be in my district just as much as it's in anybody else's district. So, with that being said, I mean, I'll approve it, but I am going to contact Jill, and I would like to see a schedule. And, you know, if I don't feel that it's going to be beneficial to my district, then I'll bring it back and I'll pull the funds.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just to let you know.
Okay, is there a motion for item number 5?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. A vote, please. And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you. So we're moving on to item number 4, District 3 Board Discussion on consider transferring the County Veterans Office to the Human Services Agency. Supervisor Patty.
What?
We're on item number 4, Board Discussion on consider transferring the County Veterans Officers to the Human HSA.
Who put that on there? Did I? Come on down. We have our VSO here. Thank you. And thank you, Chairman. So I had a conversation with our VSO recently, and our veterans. I appreciate our veterans that are here. And again, you know, we always look at what can we do different, better, or more. And I know that in just recent time, with our leadership of the VSO's office, we've been able to move the office to a better location that seems to suit the veterans much better. And that's a location that's not changing at this time. There's plans to go out to where Victory Gardens is in the future as that's developing. So that's an evolution. That's not on the docket of change in any capacity. And I know that staffing has been an issue, and it seems to be a continued issue. So we have a lot of veterans. I hear calls, speaking to Mr. Adame, and one of the most steadfast veteran advocates in the county, in the state, and probably in the country. We're thankful to have him, and truly appreciate you, Mr. Adame. But we saw veterans going down to Stanislaus. And so for me, the reason why we brought this here, and the only action I'm going to ask, and I don't really know that there's how to best qualify this, but this isn't to take action necessarily today. Speaking with our VSO, let's do a 30-day review. Bring this back to the board with a full recommendation, understanding, have a chance to meet with Director Chris Woods over at HSA. And the reason why I'm bringing this forward is the depth of support at the HSA, I believe, might be quite suitable. And this is in no way, shape, or form a knock on the current structure. I have to say, Mr. Dietrich still here? I do not know of a single person that's more overwhelmed with work than Mr. Dietrich. I know that he's got our health care service, he's got health clinics, he's got a hospital, he's got AMR, he's got ALS. He has, in every capacity, pulled, behavioral health, public health services. and such an extreme amount of action and attention and time-sensitive issues happening on a regular basis that the VSO, which is a relatively small office, I hate to think it's being lost in the shuffle. And again, it's not a knock on what I believe is one of the hardest working guys in San Joaquin County. I just want to make sure that we are serving our VSO, that your expectations, and most importantly, we're serving the veterans to the maximum capacity that we can here in San Joaquin County. So having said that, I see that Director Woods is here. I had asked Director Woods to take a look at this, maybe have an understanding. We had a conversation. Maybe you come on down and just explain how HSA could fit into adopting and utilizing VSO's services as part of the HSA department here in our county, and perhaps some other successful models that you know of.
Is this on? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. There's no light down here indicating it's on. Good morning, board. Chair Villaputa, members of the board, Chris Woods, Director of Human Services Agency. First, just appreciate the confidence in bringing this item to the board, and even in contemplating that I could reach the skill set that Director Dietrich has. I think he's doing a fine job. I really just want to acknowledge that the leadership he's provided in the oversight of veteran services. So when I looked at this, the possibility of the Veterans Office being located in the Human Services Agency, I looked at other models. One is Merced County was mentioned in the board letter. In Merced County, the Veterans Office is under the Human Services Agency there. One of the attributes in talking to the Human Services Agency director there that leads to success is, one, was cited, is stability in your Veteran Services Officer. I think we have that with Susan. Two is that the Veterans Office not be located within the Human Services Agency physical footprint. Veterans are very proud of their service, and they want to have a dedicated location for services to be rendered that is outside of the Human Services Agency. We have that, and we're continuing down that path, which I think is really important. I looked at Stanislaus County. Their Veteran Services Office is located under their Aging and Veterans Services. So their Adult Services and Veterans, which is separate from their HSA. Adult and Community Services is part of HSA here. So there's no sort of magic formula as to where it resides. I think it just needs the attention, and it's not understanding the full complement of the funding. I believe that Healthcare Services brings blended funding in support of veterans services, and no matter what, Healthcare Services has to be an important partner in serving veterans. The Human Services Agency does not have specific funding to bring to the table for veteran services. However, certainly we'll do whatever the board directs and ensure that services are rendered appropriately, just as I believe that Greg Dietrich is. So, yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And through the chair, and this is a board discussion, so I wanted to ask County Council, if we were to bring this back after a little bit more deeper dive into this and see if there's an interest in the board to explore repositioning HSA and VSO together or not, would there be any limitation on VSO funding through healthcare services if they are positioned with HSA? That's a concern that our VSO had brought up, that we don't want to lose out on any funding that might be appropriated if it's positioned under HSA, and that's one of the reasons why we want to further explore it.
That would be something I'd have to look into. I wouldn't think there would be a problem with it, but that's just a guess. I want to look into it before definitively answering that question.
Okay, and that's fine. I would expect anybody to have the answer right now, and it's something that came up in our conversation. So, Director Woods, one of the reasons why I was thinking this is worth the board considering and further exploring, we seem to have at times a shortage of personnel serving our veterans. And my thought or hope is that if we were able to position at HSA, that might be a more expedient process of onboarding or even having some temporary staff that could backfill and even help in the call demands that are happening for the VSO offices, a high volume. And in fact, our VSO yesterday, Susan was telling me that the volume was exceptionally high for the low level of staff that they have, and being staffed here in our county is a challenge. So would the HSA department be able to utilize some of its vast numbers of, you've got several hundred employees over in your offices?
So I think the situation in terms of staffing really is very similar with healthcare services, in that we're both roughly 1,400 staff or so. But those staff are dedicated to providing services through other funding streams. I think the challenge in providing, and I'm speaking out of turn really, but I think that the challenge in providing services to the veterans in this community is the lack of funding coming from outside the county. And I mean, Susan can certainly correct me on that, but I think that your services are funded through transactions, and you receive federal and state funding for that. So I think any effort that is to enhance staffing is going to come at the cost of either additional county share or accessing federal and state funding through additional service units.
Let me see, is this? Can you hear me? Yeah, now we hear. Okay. So that's correct. So we do have subvention funding based on our workload units. So we do get some state funding back from that, but primarily it has been through the generosity of the General Fund and Board of Supervisors that are funding our positions right now. And we're also getting support from Behavioral Health Services through the Mental Health Services Act grant to fund our brand new mental health services positions. So, and then if I can add, first of all, I just heard about this initiative last Thursday at a veteran meeting by Tom's legislative assistant, Mike Anderson, and Supervisor Patty. I really appreciated you getting me in so quickly yesterday so we could have this conversation and start this dialogue. So obviously we're here today to discuss Supervisor Patty's proposal to transfer the County Veteran Service Office from Greg Diederich, Director of Healthcare Services, to Chris Woods, Director of the Health and Human Services Agency. As Supervisor Patty stated, the San Joaquin County HSA Department is fully staffed with a depth chart of support that will accentuate and maximize the personnel services our veterans deserve. And to that end, too, I just want to mention that we have received a lot of support from both public health and behavioral health services. So when we're short, we tried to go the route of hiring part-time office assistants, which Director Diederich gave me permission to do. We started out with 26 people, narrowed it down to 4. Folks didn't show up, they weren't invested, and so it was much easier, like Supervisor Patty was saying, to borrow from the resources we already have. So currently we do have someone from Behavioral Health Services that's assisting us, and prior to that we had a lot of help from Public Health Services. And so when I started my position just 2 years ago, we were allocated 4, I'm just going to give people a historical perspective, 4 full-time staff to serve a county of 30,000 veterans, their families and their dependents. Our office was located in a parking garage in downtown Stockton, where we often required the assistance of the Downtown Stockton Alliance to clean up human feces, assist with removal of homeless folks blocking our doors from staff clients entering and exiting, assisting our elderly veterans navigate difficult, inaccessible parking situations, and download the parking app so they would not receive excessive fines while applying for their veteran benefits. So I'm speaking to Supervisor Patty's point that we discussed that the veterans do not want to relocate back to downtown at this time because of that. We have other plans and options. Okay. We had rats, roaches, 20 megabits internet data system, no AC, and a broken HVAC system. As much as I wanted to immediately change everything mentioned above as my priority list, I began my tenure by listening first prior to suggesting any major changes to Director Diederich or our Board of Supervisors. I listened to the post members' concerns, our community partners, federal VHA healthcare colleagues, college students, my staff, the Director of the Board of Supervisors, Chairman Nguyen was especially helpful, and many of the folks sitting in this very room. I gathered data as well. Listening to our veterans and hardworking staff, I learned our veterans needed more mental health support. I learned they were concerned about shut-in veterans, veterans in skilled nursing facilities, in rural areas, veterans lacking transportation means, families, caregivers, lack of caregivers for veterans with Alzheimer's, dementia, daily care needs. So these are some of the supportive services we need. Recent combat veterans experiencing mental health challenges, suicidality, homeless veterans, rural veterans, student veterans navigating four-year colleges, costs, veterans having difficulty with the healthcare system, navigating internet online VA benefits processes, and in our office specifically, and Supervisor Patty alluded to this, office appointment times, long wait times, phones that went unanswered, and appointments being rescheduled 3 to 4 times. While under Healthcare Services, Mr. Dieterich was incredibly supportive, and the Board of Supervisors supported increasing our staff plan from 4 to we now have 10 full-time people. This included a much-needed supervisory position, which is in front of the board today, the salary approval, and a mental health specialist. Director Dieterich supported the VSO building move to our safer, accessible EDD WorkNet building, our new location, and is facilitating the possibility of building a standalone VS office in French Camp. The board and Director Dieterich was instrumental in the creation of the San Joaquin County Veterans Advisory Commission and Veterans Treatment Court. Last year, during the first quarter, the hardworking VSO staff secured $953,000 for the veteran families of this county. This year, the staff secured $5 million in the first half of this fiscal year, and our 2 accredited VSR2s filed over 1,000 claims in just the first half of this year alone. Therefore, it makes strategic sense that our office is currently aligned under San Joaquin County Healthcare Services. Approximately 80% of veteran benefits are tied directly to the identification of medical or mental health disabilities requiring healthcare services. For example, even the state of California tuition fee waiver program, this is where your kids can go to school for free through the state of California, can only be used by children of veterans who have a disability, injury, or illness. Our VHS partnership with Director Valentine is vitally needed to provide clinical supervision for our new mental health employee and creating new evidence-based mental health screening and support programs. The VSO mental health program will be providing vital gap services such as evening, weekend mental health and peer support groups, and that was all driven by the listening sessions with our veterans around the county. We frequently work with correctional health and the county jail systems to assist veterans who are ill, incarcerated, and need assistance with benefits. The San Joaquin County VSO office co-created the county's first veteran treatment court with Judge Cronlin with the support of the HCS director. The VSO also works with public health to decrease tobacco use, opioid use, and reduce the stigma of mental health. We participate in veteran suicide prevention public health programs. Legislative and funding possibilities also are more closely aligned with HCS at this time. Bills such as Prop 1, AB 531, that's Veterans Housing and Homeless Prevention Act, and Senate Bill 326, which is the Amendment to Mental Health Services Act. I know Supervisor Patty cares very deeply about the veterans of this county, and I believe this is where this initiative is rooted. He is very action-oriented and is at every veterans event in the county supporting our veterans and their families. As a matter of fact, many of you were at this year's, in the room here, Veterans Day ceremony. Supervisor Patty pulled me aside and very vehemently reminded me that all of you are my bosses, and I report to you. Therefore, I would like to take Supervisor Patty's advice. I want to request we postpone this vote to allow time for internal dialogues and listening sessions with you, our veterans. Please know that this new alignment would represent a significant change for San Joaquin County veteran families, and I want to ensure their voices are heard. So thank you, Supervisor, for your support, and Director Dietrich for your support, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk today.
Excellent, thank you. And Chairman, just to finish up, bring it back to the board, and I appreciate our conversation in every capacity, the constructive nature of what we need to serve our veterans. So I am going to hold back a vote temperature from board members if we want to proceed so they can examine, work with Director Dietrich, work with Director Valentine, BHS and Healthcare, include our HSA Director Woods, and let's see how we can collaborate to make sure that our veterans have a support network behind them. So if there's a depth of services that are needed, we're able to fill positions, we're able to backfill positions, and give our VSO the level of support. And again, that's not a knock to Director Dietrich in any way, shape, or form. I know that he is so overwhelmed with clinics, hospital, AMR, ALS, and on and on and on. I'd like to see this, and it may even be, we may conclude that the VSO office needs to be a standalone department here in the county, and we may act accordingly. So no particular vote. I'd like to hear from the different supervisors in support and then public comment from the veterans. And this is in every way, shape, or form to enhance services for our veterans. That's why this conversation is happening. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Supervisor Canova.
I want to commend you on the job well done. Obviously, a lot of the issues have been addressed in a timely manner. I mean, it was the moving, and I understood it because I went over there to get benefits to help bury my father. But, moving to March Lane was a huge, change. Obviously, it was a problem with the internet. But, I mean, it seems like all of the issues are being addressed. I mean, so right now, fine under HSA, and that was the recommendation to stay, so to check and see. I mean, the thing is, if it's not broke, don't fix it. So, I mean, it seems like there's a progression going forward and that all the shortcomings have been addressed. And it's nice to hear all the services and things that you guys have been doing. And I appreciate, Supervisor Patty, bringing awareness to it, because veterans are always, are unsung heroes that often get overlooked in services and how we are treated in the community. So I'm totally for that. But I mean, it sounds like there's been a lot of forward progress in the last 3 years. So I want to commend your office and everybody that's been involved. So thank you.
Thank you. If there's no questions or comments from the supervisors, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone would like to speak, please come forward. The first on the list is Tino Adani.
Thank you, Chairman, and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to talk. Yes, we need help. We have another younger generation coming up. We are kind of going out, but we still need help. The office needs help. Years ago, Kerry Martin and I, when Tony Duran was the VSO, we were there at the welfare building. We moved it from there to the corner and now to West Lane. We need an upgraded, a #1 grade VSO office there at Victory Gardens. That would be an ideal place. Our veterans right now are going to Stanislaus. We're losing money. We're losing veterans. We need help. Myself, I'm a 100% disabled veteran. 3 weeks ago, I received a letter from the VA that they were going to discontinue my 100%. I went over to the office. I spoke with Chris. He's back here. He took care of it yesterday. Thank God he got a call. We made a mistake. How many veterans are out there just accepting, oh, well, it's the VA? No. We need your help. We need the help from the VSO. We need the help from the office. The staff needs help. Thank you very much for considering what needs to be done. Let's go ahead and do it. Thank you, and God bless all of you.
Thank you. Kerry Martin.
Thank you for the opportunity. But I don't have enough information for me to arrive at a conclusion that I would respect. Right now, I've only heard about this for a couple of days. The model that I have received is titled Merced. That is all the information I have that you have for background for HSA here, as I understand it. Am I missing something? I know this is not a colloquy, but that's the way my head is working. I need additional information. So at this time, that's about where I'm at. And I don't understand why a veteran who offered our country the utmost that could be offered, would want to change for something that is not clear. That's the way I feel about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mary Alt. Is there a Mary here? Okay. Yes, that's it. Oh, thank you.
Okay, my name is Mary Alt. I'm a native Stoughtoниan. My husband is 100% disabled, Vietnam, United States Marine Corps combat veteran. I've been involved in the American Legion Auxiliary and Carl Ross Post 16 for the last 10 years or so. So my advocacy for veterans is strong, including my thesis when I did my MSW, considering female veterans who returned from Iraq and Afghanistan, and the issues that they go through trying to assimilate into mainstream society. And unfortunately, there's not much information because they are included in the statistics with their male counterparts. But today I'm here to support Susan's recommendations this afternoon with what she just spoke about. Oops. I think that when considering a change in leadership, in county veteran leadership and services and possible relocation, I feel that the veteran population should have been consulted before a decision was made, but a recommendation was made to consider moving the VSO office to the HSA building. That was the rumor, and that was my panic when I heard it was the HSA building. What, we're going back 15 years for our veterans to this, not so great building as far as I was concerned. The services offered by the HSA agency outlined by Ms. Ferry's comments are significantly contrasted with services that are offered by the San Joaquin County Veterans Service Office. And input from Ms. Ferry's and the local veteran advocates could have offered more expertise from an actual veteran and leaders in the veteran community. Susan's advocacy for veterans and firsthand experience and knowledge in her impressive veteran-based knowledge and employment roles would have offered a perspective from someone who knows and understands several perspectives of what it takes to serve a veteran's needs. And this is my own personal observation. It seems to me that her non-involvement in considering your recommendations was somewhat dismissive at the least. And I'm hoping that the groups that I just mentioned just a little while ago will be consulted again when you come back to meet to discuss this at a further level, another level. And thank you for letting me speak this afternoon. That's it.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bob Pence.
Forgive me if I get a little emotional about this. I've been serving veterans in this county for 49 years. Next July, I'll be 50. We have had a veteran service office transferred to an upper floor of the welfare department before. They did not provide wheelchair accessible space. They separated their manager from their service officers. They removed the department head in the county to a lesser senior executive position. She ought to be a department head. They ought to have their own damn building. The VA has left the state. I worked for the Veteran Services Division. We had 700 employees at one time. There is no Veteran Services Division in California anymore, even though 10% of the country's veterans live here. You guys have been betrayed by the VA. The VA hospital that was promised is now an 8-doctor clinic, and they can't keep 3 full-time doctors because nobody wants to come to Stockton. For crying out loud, there's a lot more that needs to be done. And veterans are being betrayed routinely. The state of California does not effectively serve Susan's office. The VA is almost impossible to get in touch with. I received the highest award in the nation, the first time it was given by the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. And I want you to know, they suck. You guys are in a unique position to restore the importance of the people, the top 1% of our citizenry, the people who act, stop touching that, the people who have defended our right to be here today, who are routinely disserved. If there's one thing I can say, it's build the VA an edifice that is suitable for heroes. Please do not allow the welfare department to take over the veteran services. We don't need welfare. We're entitled. We earned it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else would like to speak on this item?
Board members, thank you very much. About 35,000 veterans, their families, dependents, spouses, they're all going to lose support by a move to HSA. Our office has continued to get overwhelmed, and HSA does not have the expertise to assist veterans. I think that's one of the points we're missing here. Yes, they have a lot of bodies that can assist, but they don't know how to assist. Veterans have unique needs, unique demands, and a skill set has to exist to provide them answers to what they need and resources they need, and more importantly, the support that they need. I think if the board is interested in more support for veterans, I think they should give the deputy director of the Veteran Services the opportunity to provide that support, give her more staffing, increase her budget, provide satellite offices. Tino made a great point where there should be an office for veterans, but veterans are so spread out, there shouldn't be just one place for veterans. Provide satellite offices for them. I mean, the move that was made to go to the current location has greatly impacted the veteran community, provided much more support. Veterans are way more comfortable going there. And to think about ignoring her success, I think it's disrespectful. Let's give her the option of how to provide more support, and then, let her take it from there. I've been associated with the VSO office for the last 15 years, and I've seen transitions that have been made and failures that have come. We've had HSA, eligibility workers try to come over to the Veteran Service Office and not make it. They get too overwhelmed. They're not able to handle the pressure. So let's, I think let's just keep it where it's at. There's improvements that are being made. Let's acknowledge that and provide more support. Let the umbrella that stands continue and for veterans in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak on behalf of this matter? I see none. I will close the public forum. Bring it back to the board. Anyone else like to comment? Any supervisor? Supervisor Patty.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor. I appreciate the veterans speaking out. Here's a reality. We're failing you. If veterans are still going to Stanislaus, we're failing. If our VSO is asking for staff and she's being told no, we're failing. If I, Supervisor, District 3, has to be the one to say, we need to hire more staff, too many people are going to Stanislaus because it's an ongoing process and our VSO is denied, we are failing. If we have an office that's dysfunctional and crowded and doesn't have heating and air conditioning, and my office, District 3, has to say, let's move you to another office because the requests are falling on deaf ears, we are failing you. So this conversation today is not forcing anything. This is a collaboration of what more we can do to help our VSO be successful. How can we best fund it? How can we supplement fund it? How can our county, not waiting for state or federal, as Mr. Benz points out, waiting for what federal is going to come through. We have a $2 billion budget. We can't find an extra $200,000 to serve our veterans and hire more staff. We are failing our veterans. And I'm not going to sit by in my last 10 and a half months and say like, well, we took care of that because the veterans are still going to Stanislaus. And once I leave office, then who's going to be the proponent to make sure the staff is there, to make sure there's an office, to make sure that when the VSO and our veterans want to have a conversation of what's going to happen out of Victory Gardens, they're not told no. Literally. Our veterans want to have a voice and they were told no. I'm not okay with that. So our status quo is not sufficient. And I'm going to challenge what we do, how we do it, and how we can do it better. Because you veterans, our community owes you a debt, and I'm here to support our VSO in whatever capacity so we maximize the services to our veterans. And I'm not going to apologize for it. So there's no action being taken. We are exploring it. If Supervisor Canada thinks status quo is fine, fantastic. No problem. He can have that opinion. But I'm told by veterans status quo is not fine. So we're not going to leave it as is. We're going to examine it. We'll work with Director Dietrich. We'll work with BHS. We'll work with our VSO, work with Director Woods, and see what we can do and how we can do it different and better for our veterans. And that's a fact. That's what we've set in motion today with our VSO, and I appreciate your time, your thoughts, and the input that we can have in how we can move this forward to best serve our veterans. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Supervisor Rickman.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for being here today. Thank you both. And thanks to all our veterans that are here. And, I've said this multiple times, and we know we owe our veterans and service members a debt of gratitude. We can never repay. So thank you very much for all you do, what you do for the community, what you've done for this nation. And I think it's a good idea to speak to our veterans and get their input and bring it back to the board. One thing I liked, or heard it today, I liked, and I like to explore is, those like the satellite campuses. And that's one of the issues I've had, and not just with, veteran services, but with a lot of services that we do have, is everything is centralized in Stockton. And of course, as being the central seat, we expect that. But, it seems like, Supervisor Ding, District 4, and my district, District 5, our folks have to drive all the way to Stockton, commute traffic, horrible weather, when, we should have services in our district. And, I don't think that'd be that hard to accomplish. I mean, we can get into specifics at a later time, but I think that's something that needs to explore. So, our veterans in each district can go someplace and get the help that they need, the services that they need, and without jumping on the freeway coming to Stockton. So, our veterans are important to us. I mean, we talked about, Supervisor Patty mentioned Victory Gardens, and what we've done as a board for our American Legion, the VFW halls, and so on. And there's a voice that we would all listen to, as we should, and not just as a county, but as a nation. So I'll end it there. But thank you all very much for, again, God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rickman. Supervisor Canada.
Thank you for saying how I feel, Supervisor Patty. That's not what I said. It's not status quo. It's getting the people the services that they need. And it's stepped up. In the past 3 or 4 years, it has stepped up. So, reinventing the wheel and moving it to a different department, that's fine if you intend on doing that. It's not a matter of not wanting services. And that's the thing. Every time you go back and you do a personal attack against Greg Dietrich, so that needs to stop also. If he's overworked, then he needs more staff and more money too. So if you're worried about that and you're going to take pot shots at me, I don't appreciate that, because veterans are very vital to my father was he was in the Merchant Marines and he was in the Army. So trust me, I love veterans and I want to do as much as we possibly can, because he was one of those unsung heroes that got dumped on and he never told the stories that need to be told. So if you're going to sit here and tell me how I feel, I call BS. And I'm going to leave it at that, because I think they are very valuable to our society and that they have been neglected. So I can't change the federal government, I can't change state government, but I can do that here. So if it does come in front of me, then if we need more money, I mean, it's a matter of keeping staff members. I mean, so we do behavioral health. We see 17% vacancy rates. We pay all these non-county agencies money to do our jobs, and that's the struggle. You know what I mean? Do kids nowadays want money in their pocket? They don't want benefits. And that's the struggle, is finding qualified people to give the work that we can to the people that we love and support in our community. So for me, if it's going to get into this, he said, she said, they said, no, I support veterans. That's a no-brainer. But how do we do it, and how do we do it collectively? And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Supervisor Canada. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. So just for clarity, and sorry, Supervisor Canada, but in the first statement you made, that if it's going good, then why change anything? That means status quo. So if you're in favor of, in this conversation, it evolving and having a better conversation, and in no way, shape, or form have I said anything disparaging against Director Dietrich. I've complimented him profusely about the degree and the heavy load that he takes. And if he needs more staff and he needs more to double his offices to support all that he needs to do, I'm in favor of that as well. We need to explore it, because the veterans, this is just another example of what's not working in the county. That's all. And if we're all partners on this, that's great news. I don't think there's any separation between how much we care about veterans. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, thank you. Well, I think right now, I think every supervisor loves the veterans, and we're going to do anything we can for them. And, you know, we have an open checkbook. We need to help you guys. If you guys need help, services are there. But, so just to make that straight. So there's no action, you're asking? No action?
I think just direction from the board through the chair, county council, is this. I did agendize as action, but clearly that was inappropriate for my office to put it through as an action, yes or no, on today. Speaking with our VSO, the departments, and having a more robust conversation, which would include veterans. And by the way, this came to me through veterans. But we can just.
It's not necessary for you to take action. You have the option to do so. You have the option not to do so.
Okay. Right, so no further action then, Chairman.
Okay, no further action, no vote, and we'll move on to item number 6. District 5, discussion of Pacific Gas and Electric General, thank you for your service, thank you for your time, guys. Discussion of Pacific Gas and Electric General Rate Case Proceeding, Phase 1, Proceeding AI 21-0621. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. My office proposed the board letter, so I'll just read them off the board letter here, the recommendations. I recommend the Board of Supervisors, 1, discuss PG&E's general rate case proceeding, Phase 1, proceeding number A as in Adam 21-06-021, and take related input from staff, and 2, direct appropriate staff to continue efforts to inform the public how they can participate in the proceedings and express their concerns, and 3, register our official position in opposition to PG&E's rate increase. San Joaquin County residents, we are being hit on all sides by increasing costs and higher bills at a time when grocery costs, housing costs, and inflation are impacting families' monthly budget. PG&E plans to pass increasing costs to its customer base on its lack of planning and lack of appropriate care for California infrastructure over the past decades. On December 21st of 2023, as chairman, I published a public statement condemning PG&E for a second proposed rate increase. On January 4th of this year, as chair, I registered our formal outrage at PG&E for shifting the financial burden of burying power lines onto the rate-paying residents of San Joaquin County with the California Public Utility Commission, or PUC, and urged their opposition to PG&E's proposed increase. Proceeding includes several public hearings in which the board should encourage San Joaquin County residents, ratepayers to take advantage of and participate in, and they can participate. One, the CPU or the PUC Public Advisory Office provides information to assist the public to participate in proceedings. Specifically, the PUC held 6 remote public participation hearings in March of 2022. These hearings were transcribed by a court reporter and placed in the formal record for that proceeding. Additional information is available at ca.gov. Customers can submit electronic public comments specific to this proceeding and review all other public comments submitted by using Add Public Comment button on the Public Comment tab on that docket that I mentioned earlier. And customers can mail a letter to the CPUC. Advisory include this proceeding number, Adam 21-06-021 to public.advisory@cpuc.ca.gov. And the advisory office can be reached, and there's a phone number here, also 866-849-8390. And according to the PUC website, a remote pre-hearing conference in this proceeding is scheduled for Thursday, February 8th at 10:30 a.m. These are public's opportunities to participate and make the PUC and PG&E aware of the heavy and damaging burden their actions may place on ratepayers and their families. And I believe it's incumbent upon us elected officials and representatives to not only express outrage on their behalf, but to use our resources to provide and make readily available the tools and venue for them to express themselves. So in addition, I invite this board and my colleagues to register our official opposition to PG&E's rate increase by accepting any or all of the following. 1, PG&E's electric rates, which already are much higher than those found through other utilities, are excessive currently. 2, excessively high electric costs hurt struggling families. 3, excessively high electric costs hurt businesses, especially small businesses, and hinder job growth by making this region less economically competitive. 4, PG&E's decades of carelessness and neglect of its infrastructure should not be a basis for allowing it to pass the cost of burying electrical lines and upgrading facilities that it should have maintained all along. And lastly, therefore, PG&E's outrageous request for even higher electric rates is strongly opposed, and the board urges affected consumers to make their opposition to this proposal known to the CPUC. Just want to give an example of some of the stuff here in San Joaquin County. Since January 2021, PG&E has increased power and gas bills by nearly 40%. Our Regional Council of Governments, or SJCOG, reports that per capita income in San Joaquin County is $32,102, which is $10,000 less than the per capita income of the average Californian. San Joaquin median household income is $74,962, which is lower than the state average of $84,097. In 2022-2023, our county provided $7.3 million in emergency utility assistance to more than 6,379 low-income households, so they would not have to choose between filling prescriptions or keeping the power on to keep their homes heated or cooled. The latest PG&E rate increase will overwhelm economically vulnerable individuals, families, and communities who are already living on the edge of poverty. And I found this information by Jonathan Lansner with the Orange County Register, and he talked about California price hikes. And it goes on, it's from 2000, it says how food inflation fared in 2019 to 2023. The electricity up 60%, natural gas 59%, used vehicles 36%, gasoline 33%, groceries 27%, dining out 23%. You can see the costs just go on and on and on, and we're in our families, everybody's family is just getting hit and just paying more and more and more. Hey, we've all been to the grocery store and seen the prices, and most when you have little kids or teenagers, how they eat. I mean, it's insane. So with that being said, Counselor, I know you had I'm going to ask you to comment on California Public Utility Code 1702. Are you familiar with that?
Not thoroughly familiar. I've heard of it.
You know, I'll talk to you with you offline on that. But what I'm asking the board is to, you know, pretty much stand up with our residents and put our foot down to PG&E rate increases. Put it in perspective, PG&E had a $13.5 million rate hike granted in mid-November. And again, now we're here again with another proposed rate increase. When is enough enough? So with that being said, I'll yield my time, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Rickman. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Supervisor Rickman, for bringing this up. The letter would be addressed to the PUC, correct? The board letter. So PG&E has a great business plan in that they are guaranteed by the Public Utilities Commission 10% of rate of return for them and their taxpayers. So they get to the point they don't care what they spend; they're still going to make their 10%. I went through an exercise last week. We've got 3 lines coming into the area. Along with, we got a 45, we got a 40, 40, 40. One is always has to be on reserve, and so they're going through this new infrastructure, pull another line in from Lockford. But one of the things that they're also doing is they're looking at, potential future growth and our needs. To give you an example, those great little car chargers, the high chargers. A Tesla uses as much electricity as it takes to electrify 900 houses in a day. Okay? So as we're going through this in our PUC, and thank you very much for bringing this up, we need to do that. There are things that they can do to minimize some of their costs, and one of them is by eliminating some of these stupid ideas. Basically, we've got 3 hoses coming into San Joaquin County, and we get to drink the water off of 2 of them after they fill up their swimming pools. So it is based on what they're spending. So thank you, Supervisor Rickman.
So I appreciate this. The hard part about this is people on fixed income. So the PG&E, there's a new kind of PIO that just came out and said that they raised the reach amount for assistance from $500 to $1,000. But that's the thing, as a business owner, our PG&E bill is through the roof. So, and we get hit all the time with rate increases. And to be competitive, you can't just raise your prices every time. Restaurants, same thing. And then, of course, it's very difficult because a lot of outside agencies are now using PG&E lines to compete, and we're doing that as a county too. So the infrastructure and the suits, but if it was done in November, I do appreciate you bringing this forward because they're for profit, so I don't know what their profit is, and I don't know how they manage that. So, I know they're trying to be stewards, but when you do the stuff that we do, and garbage rates and water rates and the increase in cost and just going to the grocery store has just been nuts. So I'm in support of this too, telling the CPUC that, enough is enough and that we need to quit, hitting people with inflation times and things that cost more and are more expensive. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Yeah, thank you for bringing it forward also. I don't know, there is a bill. Are you aware of the AB 1899? Okay, great. So moving forward, is there any other comment from the supervisor? I see none. The public comment forum. What's the bill number? It's called AB 1999. It's basically they want to support and repeal the bill, and it's an assembly member from Thousand Oaks, and I can forward you the link after the meeting if you like. Thank you. Yes, we do have one speaker for public comment.
Hi, I'm Carla Heaney. I wasn't going to speak on this, but so go back a few years. You remember when they went through bankruptcy. When they came out of bankruptcy, PG&E paid their whole management team the millions of dollars of bonuses. That's part of the problem. Secondly, with all the different wildfires, and people sued them because they were responsible, they passed that on to us. So, and then you look at, and I'm going to get political here, how much they give to the dictator up in Sacramento for campaign funds. That's the other problem. So I appreciate this because I didn't get a raise this year. I'm self-employed. I didn't get a raise. My bill went up by over 50%. I have just an average size house. I just like to be warm. I paid $500 a couple of times during the coldness of the winter. There's no other place for me to go unless I go get another job. And how am I going to do that? Anyway, then you look at, and I appreciate Supervisor Ding bringing this up. So I live on a designated street. If you know where the motorcycle bowl is, I live down that street. There's 20 houses. If one person put a charger in, we would have no electricity. Okay, what happened? There we go. So you look at the ridiculousness of what's going up in Sacramento with all the electrical, and then for them to pass this on is just absolutely stupid. And plus the gas also. They want to do away with fossil fuel. I'm sorry, if you took away fossil fuel right now, I would be naked. Just think of that, because all my clothes have fossil fuel in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? I see none. I will close public comment and bring it back to the board. Anyone? Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. So I have a question through the chair for County Council. Going back several months now, we had a presentation from former county supervisor, 24 years over in Alameda, Mr. Haggerty, talking about an alternate. Can you hear? Talking about an alternate energy supplier that would be a lower rate than PG&E. Now, it's my understanding that his company is waiting for us, our county, to return documents and kind of bring this forward so it comes back to the board. I'm wondering why we're stalled. What's going on with that?
My understanding is that General Services is working to carry out the board's direction, which was to look into potentially pursuing joining up with that public utility. And they have, I'm not aware that they're stalled. My understanding is they're on track, and will be, and once they get certain information back, they'll be bringing a resolution and an ordinance to the board for its consideration. So I just spoke with General Services, I don't know, probably 2 weeks ago, regarding this very thing, and I was told that they are following through and are on track there, and I'm not aware that there's a delay.
Okay, something happened. The speakers have all gotten a little quieter, so I think we're having a hard time hearing each other. So General Services then is the holdup because the documents have been provided for weeks now. We're sitting on them. They're supposed to have gone to you by now to kind of change the headings and customize whatever it's going to be so it's applicable for our county. General Services runs through the CAO's office, so I'm going to hope that we got CAO staff and CAO here. We need to bring this forward. It should not take months to review documents and bring forward an opportunity for us, the board, to make a decision so we can save residents in San Joaquin County and give them an alternate option. So I think Supervisor Rickman is going to have this coming up soon, but for the love of God, let's move this forward. We have a discussion item now because rates are as high as they are. We have hardships throughout the county. I don't understand what the delay would be, but that'll be for another agenda item. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. And as Supervisor Patty, what he just mentioned, I was planning on bringing it back to request information on the next board meeting, so the end of the month.
Okay, so we're good?
Make a motion to approve.
Okay, is there a second?
Just for clarification for the record, that motion includes the findings which are contained on, starting on page 2 and continuing on page 4 of the board letter, which start off with PG&E's electric rates, which are already much higher than those found in other utilities or excessive currently. There's a number of findings. I just want to make sure the motion includes the board making those findings a fact or assertions.
The motion does include what you just mentioned, items A through E, and also the recommendations on page 1. To direct appropriate staff to continue efforts to inform the public how they can participate in the proceedings and express their concerns. So all those 3 items and the item that you just mentioned. So that's my motion.
And it was seconded, correct?
Yes, second.
By Paul Campbell. Okay. Should do a roll call?
Yeah, okay, so I have,
Is this you?
it's just your Supervisor Ding, but we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote for the public. Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
Supervisor Patty?
Yes.
Supervisor Rickman?
Yes.
And Chairman Villapadua?
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 7, County Administrator's Office, consider recommendations from the Election Advisory Committee and provide direction to county staff. Josh Branco, Deputy County Administrator. Good morning. Good afternoon, I should say.
Good afternoon, Chairman Villapadua, members of the board. I am here to present 2 recommendations from the Election Advisory Committee. These both come from the meeting they held on January 4th. The first is requesting the board stagger the terms of the current Election Advisory Committee members. And the second requests the board authorize an additional meeting before the next regularly scheduled meeting in May. Election Advisory Committee members have been appointed to 2-year terms, and the plan for formation, which is the governing document for this body, approved by the board on April 11th of 2023, it states that a rotation will be determined. The Election Advisory Committee recommends the board establish the rotation by extending the initial term of either 2 or 3 current committee members, and the clerk of the board will randomly select which terms will be extended depending on the number you select today. The plan for formation also identifies a specific meeting schedule during statewide election years, such as the one we are in currently. The 5 meetings are to occur in January, May, September, October, and the last in late December or early January. This schedule accounts for the election management responsibilities of the Registrar of Voters Office. For example, the presidential primary will be held on March 5th, after which the Registrar of Voters Office will conduct the official canvass. The election results will then be certified on April 2nd and presented to the board on April 9th. Having said that, the Election Advisory Committee has recommended the board authorize a 6th meeting between January and May of 2024. Should the board decide to grant this request, I recommend it direct the meeting be held after the certified results are presented to the board on April 9th. Even then, this proposed meeting will require the Registrar of Voters Office to divert resources from the election to prepare for the additional Election Advisory Committee meeting. That concludes my remarks. I would also like to point out that our chair of the Election Advisory Committee is here, Mr. Amador, in case you would like to hear from him. I look forward to answering any questions you may have and receiving the direction from the board.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. Thank you, Josh. I really don't, I mean, maybe Chairman Amador cares. I really don't, we have to do administrative, we have to do this rotation because right now everybody was appointed. We've got to have some members on 2 years and 4 years just so there's some continuation. As far as that meeting, that already got decided. So we've all talked about that. There will be a meeting in May. Maybe nobody told you. Okay. So, Josh, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have another meeting in May, and the purpose for the meeting, obviously, and it's because we've been going through this time with elections. We want it fresh in our mind, so after the election is certified, it's fresh in our minds. We can get a report, you know, how did it go? How did the in-person voting go? How did the drop boxes go? Was there, you know, did everybody's name make it on the ballot? Was there anybody arrested this year, you know, for, you know, what have you? But that way it's fresh in our minds. So I've already talked to the county administrator about it. I talked to Livia about it. It makes sense. I've talked to Chairman Amador about it. So yeah, we do need a meeting scheduled like the week after certification or whatever is best for you guys. But I think it's healthy. It does us all good to do that after the election, after everything's certified. So we can kind of have a debrief and make sure as we go into the November election, if there are any hiccups, we can fix them.
So through the chair, Supervisor Ding, you're saying we'll meet in May in accordance with the schedule that's already been adopted. Am I hearing that correctly?
Ninth of
April.
No. I'm sorry. No, we were going to move that up to April. Yes. Sorry, I'm still in November.
That's okay. So that's one of the recommendations from the committee for the board to consider if you want to approve that additional meeting.
Right, and what's the date on that so I can do something right today here?
Sure. So my recommendation would be if we're going to meet in April, we meet after April 9th, which is when
Correct.
Yeah, when the results are presented to the board.
Chairman Amador, do you have
I'll open the public comment in a second.
Okay.
Okay, there's nobody open. I'm going to open the public comment. Our first speaker is Tony Amador. Okay, I can. Okay.
It's on. Okay, don't take it away from my time. Presently, I am serving as the chair to the Election Advisory Committee. And I can't tell you that in all the meetings that we've had, I won't spend all my time recapping our meetings. We've had presentations from the CAO, we've had them from the Registrar of Voters, we've had the public come in and expend their 3 minutes. A lot of folks want to speak, but collectively as a committee, we've not been able to spend time dedicated on the issues themselves. So we need a working meeting, so we want to actually do that instead of being spoon-fed things. The other issue that's on the agenda also is the length of term. And it's not selfish, it's just because I seem to have a little bit more experience and maybe the time. I'm going to recommend that we do number 3, which would give the 2 even groups 3-year terms. And that would give you some continuity. Right now, I will bottom line it. There's no way I could, in good faith, say everything is hunky-dory as far as the confidence and trust and everything. There's still a lot of issues in the way elections are run and the perceptions, not reality, but the perceptions that the public has about the election process. I'll leave it at that. I won't get into details, but you deserve a report, and that's what we're trying to generate from the committee by actually having working meetings. And I never really saw I never received a copy if it was given to me for the formation, the plan for formation. I apologize if I got it and I didn't read it. So unless there's any questions, that's all I have. I just wanted to make that recommendation.
Supervisor Ding.
Did I have a nightmare about this?
I think you might have had a nightmare. We did talk about April. You may have nightmares about other things, Supervisor Dean, but as far as this, it is April.
April 11th? Yes. April 11th. Does that, anybody got their little day planner?
Whatever that Thursday is.
April 11th, okay. Does that work, Olivia?
I'm sorry, Ms. Hale, thank you.
As long as sometimes the items that are on the agenda require a lot of in-depth preparation. As long as it's something like that, and it'll just be an update, I don't see why that would be an issue.
Yeah, and I think more importantly that if something happens to, which, it won't this time, is on the front page of, the paper for a week or a month, then, we can discuss that. But April 11th, number 3, and then our council did and thank you, you did an amazing job. He went through, with their concerns about the Brown Act and everything, about having a working meeting. It's the best 5 pages of legal opinion I've ever read at 2 a.m. in the morning. But it answers the question, we can do it. And so they're in a certain way, you can't have a quorum, but we'll sit down and we'll discuss that too. But I think that will answer your question on how to do that, so you can work through some other issues too. What do you need from the board? Do we need a motion, Dick?
We still have some public speakers that want to speak.
What's that?
We still have some public comment that people want to speak.
Yeah, no, I'm just asking a question from council. When this is all done, would we just need a motion? We talked about number 3 on the term limits, and then establishing a meeting. Do we have to do that here
Through the
too?
chair, if I could clarify on the term limits, I believe that this request is simply to modify the initial term, which is the first term that these commissioners were appointed to. It's not to change their permanent terms. And that's to ensure that not everybody expires at the same day at the same time.
So do you need us to do anything today?
There will be a motion, yeah.
That's what I want to know. Okay.
Okay, we're going to have a new speaker. Our next speaker is Molly Watkins.
Hello. I think that the option that Tony suggested was the appropriate one. It is baffling to me that the reason this committee was formed because there was problems and issues with our election system, and that the committee belongs to you, but somehow the ROV's office seems to pull all the strings here. I still don't understand that. I only know the Ag Commissioner has the Ag Committee, and when they meet, they make some decisions, recommendations, and they give them to her, and it goes forward. And so the committee should meet, do their thing, come back to you, and give you the report. And for somehow, that doesn't seem like it works, because the ROE's office has to pull all the strings and make the agenda. It doesn't make any sense. Why is this committee different than the Ag Committee? And again, this body created this committee to figure out what is right, what is wrong, what is dysfunctional, what is fraudulent, and we can't seem to get down that road for some reason. Why is that? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carla.
Thank you, Chairman. Carla Huney again. So I've talked to several people that are on other advisory committees, and they get to set their own agenda. So why doesn't the EAC, the CAO and the ROV office, the one that sets the agenda? I don't understand that. You have free reign. You should be able to discuss anything without, as long as you're not doing an action, you're not violating the Brown Act, and that's not being allowed to be done. So I had a friend that came to the EAC meeting in January. It's the first one she's ever gone to. And she says she feels that the election is less transparent now than it was a year ago. So that's how far we haven't come. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Holly Moore.
Hi, I'm Holly Moore. Good afternoon.
The California Secretary of State back in December put together an election observer rights document, and they allowed public input into it. They set a 3-week period for us to review and change it. And as a public, I want input into this document here, this comprehensive plan for formation. I am a frequent speaker at the EAC meeting, as you might imagine, and I was not invited to change this or add it or before its acceptance. And I have many questions and items to be looked into, and the EAC is the appropriate forum to do that. The EAC was created for people like me who have questions, and it's being limited and strangled. We are looking into the ROV, but the ROV is controlling the topics and the time frame for that, which this must not be. That is absolute conflict of interest. All topics must be discussed in a timely manner. Why are there only a certain number of meetings a year? Why? Why can't the committee have as many as they want? The agenda must be determined by the chairman back here and the committee who represent us to the ROV, not by the ROV herself. The airport committee, for example, gets to set their own agenda and their own meeting dates. Why doesn't Chairman Amador get to do that? Why, and why is the EAC meeting told when to meet and what they can discuss? They should be able to discuss anything that they want. This sounds like the ROV doesn't want any transparency. We all want full transparency, and so do you. I know you do. And that's the whole point of the EAC, right? This comprehensive plan for formation needs public and committee input for full freedom and transparency. This is not okay. I've written all over it. I'm requesting a month to review it and to change it, with the final draft checked by EAC Chairman Tony Amador before being sent to you for approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tony, I apologize. I just saw your note. You wanted to speak last. Do you still want to speak? You're good? Steve, do you have any questions for Tony, Mr. Amador? Okay, I see none. Then I will close public comment, and I'll bring it back to the board. Steve, did you want to say something? Supervisor Ding?
Through the chair, so we need a motion to go with suggestion number. What did you just tell me? I'm not a very good listener.
I think from what you've indicated when you were speaking that you were doing a motion which would adopt with respect to recommendation number 1, doing the third option, which in terms of staggering the terms, which would be 2 of the 5 district members and their alternates increase their existing term lengths from 2-year terms to 3-year terms. So that's option number 3 with respect to staggering terms, and that's with regard to recommendation number 1. And then with regard to recommendation number 2, which pertains to having another meeting prior to May of 2024, I believe you indicated April 11th of 2024 would be the additional meeting that you would be adding in your motion. And then finally, recommendation number 3 is that there be direction to the County Administrator's Office to update the plan for formation to reflect the direction set forth above.
Through the chair, Supervisor Ding, just to clarify, I think the option that Tony was talking about, when this was discussed at the committee, there were 4 different options. And the third one he was referring to specified District 2 and 4 for those members to be, their initial term to be extended from 2 to 3 years. So I just want to make sure you're understanding that's what he's actually recommending.
Okay, so we're going to have that motion. I do want to just address one other thing. I mean, the EAC, you guys set the agenda. One of the reasons it goes, it still has to go through council to make sure you can't just discuss anything you want. I mean, it's got to be legal within the Brown Act, pertinent to the, the elections also. But I think, and I'm going to look into this more because, that is a good question, but I'm not going to take up the board's time. Why does the airport commission, everybody else? But the one thing that does come to mind is when the rules with elections have been changing, monthly almost. And so you've got to have some professional staff since we're dealing with, state of California laws and everything else. We're not talking about how to get United Airlines to come to here. We're talking about, the state of California, anyway, and their elections. So it is a little more complicated, but I will get you an answer on that. But to answer your other question, we have figured out the working group portion, and I think that's really what you guys wanted. So a few of you, for whatever, I can't remember how many members there are. There's 10. So less than a quorum get together on a working group under very stringent guidelines, which council's put together for you. So I'd like to make a motion to move forward unless.
Through the chair, Supervisor Dean, could I comment on the agenda just briefly?
Yes.
So as far as the topics, the only topics that CAO or County Council are placing on the agenda would be things like the staggering of the terms, housekeeping items, or things related to the administration of the committee. And then ROV has placed items on the agenda that were directed by the board. For example, providing updates on board letters that are coming up so that they're aware of those actions. Aside from that, everything that is on the agenda is either things that were discussed by the committee or requested by the chair or the vice chair. So they are setting their own agenda. We do assist with the process, but I'm certainly not dictating what gets on there, and neither is the Registrar of Voters Office. So I just want to make that clear.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to be in a debate. Sir, public comment. Right now, Tony, public comment is closed right now. I'm sorry. Public comment is closed. All right. Thank you. Supervisor Dean, did you want to comment on that?
Oh, I'm going to hear about it afterwards. Okay. No.
Okay.
I want to look more into the airport and ag and everything else, and there has been some disagreements about the agenda, but we're going to work it all out. So
okay, do you have a motion?
We can move forward on.
Is there a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to move forward on the recommendations of term expiration dates and April 11th meeting, correct? And the agenda, what do you call it?
Plan for formation.
Plan, yeah, that thing.
Yeah, and I take it you want to do, with regard to the staggering of terms, you wanted recommendation number 3, which is to extend two of the members' terms.
Correct.
And apparently the 2 that would be extended would be District 2 and 4, I'm hearing.
Correct.
Got it.
Okay, is there a second? We have a motion. Is there a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. We have a vote, please. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 8, HR, amend section 4.4, mileage and travel expense of resolution R-23-94 by increasing the vehicle allowance for members of the Board of Supervisors effective February 26, 2024. Here we have Rachel Novetsky, Assistant Director, Human Resources Division. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I promise to be brief.
Very fine.
I know it's getting late in the day. The discussion item brought to you today is to request approval to amend section 4.4 mileage and travel officials resolution to increase the car allowance for $585 a month to $1,000 a month for members of the Board of Supervisors. At the November 7th, 2023 board agenda, one item that was brought up by the board were some concerns in regards to what the current vehicle allowance is, to the amount of driving that the board members do for county business reasons, and the fact that you all use your personal vehicles. So under the direction of the county administrator, based on those concerns, Human Resources conducted a review of the current vehicle allowance, as well as the allowance for our 10 comparator counties. The primary factors that were looked at was that the county vehicle allowance has not changed since 2006. The allowance for our comparator counties range anywhere from $400 to $1,100 a month. And the average cost of fuel, overall vehicle cost, and maintenance that are associated has increased nearly 8 times since 1984, when the vehicle allowance for the county initially came into the resolution. So our recommendation today is, given the factors that I just mentioned and the fact that the board members do conduct so much county business with their personal vehicles, that we recommend that the board approve this action to increase vehicle allowance for the board members to $1,000 a month.
Great. Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from the board? I do. We do. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. So I think this is overdue. I did 15,000 miles in 1 year in my district. That's not counting my personal miles, keeping track of it. So this is helpful. We know all the expenses have gone up. One curiosity I have is if we're gauging it on the median of where others are, when's the last time they updated theirs? Is it 2 years, 5 years, or 8 years old or longer like our own? This board has been really disrespected for a real long time. And it's unfortunate, but it's just a fact. So whenever I've brought something up like this or something needs to happen, it's just a snail's pace and we're treated like a bucket of garbage. That's how I feel about it. And I also feel, though, this should be extended to our staff, because our staff is running around oftentimes with us at the same time. So through the chair, yes, I'd like to ask County Council, the way it's proposed, we have a board discussion now. Could we include, or maybe at a future meeting, put it on consent or something, but include the same car allowance for our staff that's doing as much, if not more, driving than us?
That would be something we would have to separately agendize because it's not contemplated in this.
All right, great.
proposal.
And we'll do that for a future. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Chair, that's fine. I'm in favor of it. I appreciate it. In my 7th year, we get a little consideration since we've been the lowest paid supervisors in the state, comparable counties, and we finally get a little bit of consideration for some of our extensive expenses that we go through as we take care of one of the busiest counties in the state. So thank you very much.
Great. Any other comment from any supervisor? I see none. I'm going to open the public comment. Anybody like to speak on this item from the public? I see none. I will close the public comment. At this time, I will accept a motion. Anybody like to make a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? We have a first and a second. We'll vote, please. The motion passes 4-1. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 9. ROV, accept a presentation by the Register of Voters on preparations for the March 5th, 2024 presidential primary election in San Joaquin County, the Louisville Hill Register of Voters.
Well, good afternoon, Chair of the Board and members. So today we're here to provide a presentation that will provide an update on the upcoming election in San Joaquin County, focusing on dates, polling locations, and significant enhancements aiming to improve voter experience and election security. Some highlight, you almost stole my shine this morning at the when you were doing your the proclamations this morning. So RTD did agree to host free bus rides on the primary and the general election for this year. They usually only do it for the general election, but we worked that out, and I sent them a thank you letter for offering that service to our to the county. That's that part. So key dates and deadlines. Here are the key dates and deadlines for the March 5th primary election. So on E40 or 1/25/2024, the counter voter information guides were mailed out. On E35, January 30th, the VBM ballots were also mailed out to every voter in the county, every eligible voter. And then yesterday, early voting began in our office. And so I'm happy to report that we are now able to let someone come into our office, and they don't have to vote a vote by mail. Starting yesterday, they can come in, and it has to be in our office because we're still a traditional polling place, but they can come in and conveniently vote today, all the way through the day before Election Day in the early voting process if they so choose. Today, the drop boxes officially opened. I would like to report, I think I talk about the drop boxes in a second, but there is some good news about the drop boxes. We can now begin processing vote by mail ballots. We will not be scanning any ballots until after our public logic and accuracy testing. After pulling the numbers and metrics, we're going to start scanning ballots on February 16th once we have some in and we have some built up so that we're able to move forward with that. So we have that open to the public. It'll be a chance for them to come in. They'll be able to vote ballots and watch us scan those on the equipment so that they can rest assured that the equipment is tabulating properly. And again, that'll be on February 16th at 11 a.m. And then another important date to keep in mind is E14, which is February 20th, the conditional voter registration period begins. So even though we have a 15-day close in elections where you can't register to vote, a voter can come in, a brand new voter that's not on our rolls. They can give us their information. They fill out a voter registration card. We give them the correct ballot. They vote it. It goes in an envelope with that registration card. And after Election Day, when we can reopen the rolls and add people to the rolls, they will be confirmed, added to the roll, and then that ballot will be counted. So that's a law in California that we can actually comply with, and we will be, it's been around for a few years, but that's how conditional voter registration works. So just to be clear on that. So people can register all the way through Election Day if they so choose. Even at the polls on Election Day, they can register to vote. So Election Day, the polls will open at 7 a.m. and close at 8 p.m. The first release of results will be at 8 p.m. This will involve all of the vote-by-mail ballots through Saturday before the election and all of the early voting ballots that happen between now and the day before the election.
Can you repeat that? Say that again.
So the first release of results will be at 8 p.m., and then the vote-by-mail and early voting is what will be included in that release of results. We have to push the button after 8 p.m., so that button will get pushed, and shortly thereafter, it'll get updated to our website. And then results will be released every 2 hours until all in-person ballots are counted. So we'll be at it.
In that first count, it's everything that's been received until when?
Through Saturday before the election for vote by mail, and then every single early voting ballot that was cast in our office through Monday evening. Right? Okay. And then post-election, E+1, which is the day after the election, and if you come to our office, I'm sure everyone will look quite spruced up and ready to go, but we're going to be getting everything reset and staged that day, so that's the reset day. The official canvass actually kicks off on Thursday morning, and that afternoon at noon, we have to send in our first unprocessed ballot report to the Secretary of State's office. I worked real closely with John in Solano County, as you all know. He shared some great things because they utilize the HART equipment, and he shared that they actually get just an unprocessed raw account on their website before midnight on election night. So I have a goal in mind to get an unprocessed report. It's not going to be the detailed one that goes to the state, but it will give everybody an idea of how many ballots we have in-house that haven't been counted yet. And so I'm hoping to provide a report like that as an above and beyond measure so folks understand what's going on in our office and what we have in the holding tank, if you will, to get counted through the canvass. And then per request of this board, starting Friday, we will report results every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday until we're completed. So 3 days per week, we will be reporting the results. That's important to note. I hope that will suffice our concern with the reporting of the results. If there is a close contest or any of you have a concern or would like an update sooner, please let me know. I'm going to be putting a press release out about those dates here next week or so. So if you have feedback about that before we make that final determination, please feel free to contact me. We will certify the election on April 2nd, which is E+28, because it's a presidential election. We are required to report in 28 days instead of 30 days, so that will happen. What I am going to do is we'll probably get everything counted in about 3 weeks. However, we don't want to certify the election until the actual certification date because of those cure letters. Voters get confused, and something that we got feedback about in the past is they're told that they can turn in their cure letter 2 days before we certify the election, but it's this rolling date. And they're like, well, what date are you going to certify? And so we're just going to certify on the date that we're required by law to give them time. So that means they have until until March 31st to provide us their cure letter if they had an issue with their ballot, their signature was challenged for any reason. And then April 9th, I will bring these results to this board to accept, hopefully, at your regularly scheduled meeting on April 9th. All right, so polling locations and drop boxes. Polling locations, we will have 153 total polling locations. We've added 26 polling locations compared to the prior primary election that we had. We targeted high volume precincts, and we made sure that we provided additional polling places in those areas. So was about 14 locations throughout the entire county where we added 1 or 2 more polling places to ensure that there's 200 or less voters that have to show up at an election or at a polling location so they get great customer service. We're really focusing on that. We marketed the in-person voting throughout this election cycle. And, I commend Supervisor Dean. He calls me even so that we can have conversations about the customer service piece and how important that is. And so we're ensuring that our staff is focusing on that and making sure that voters have a good experience on Election Day. I needed to update this slide, but unfortunately I didn't have time to do it. We actually have 25 drop boxes installed at every single location throughout the county, including Ripon City Hall and Lathrop City Hall. So we were able to stick to the original plan with all of our drop boxes. All the cameras were installed at all 25 locations. There is a caveat I just want to explain, and that is with City of Ripon and City of Lathrop, we put the drop box out there and we've secured it. However, they're both going to their city council. They have a temporary agreement that holds them through March 6th, which is through Election Day. On February 12th and 13th, they each go to their city council to get approval for the final, so that it can remain there permanently. So that's just one little thing I wanted to add, but I'm happy to report that every city hall has one. We weren't able to place one at City of Lodi, but we did get one at Lodi Great Festival. So I think that was really important to ensure that the residents in Lodi have options. They have Viaggio Winery, where there's one. They have Lamelli Gardens, which is kind of Stockton Lodi border, but then they also have the Lodi Grape Festival grounds to return a vote by mail ballot as well. We put the numbers up here for you just so you could kind of see how many drop boxes were in each location. I didn't do that to you purposely, Supervisor Ding. There's 7 in your area, but it's because it's such a large geographical area, and so we were trying to ensure that those smaller rural communities had the opportunities to utilize a drop box if they so choose. All right, so our office, with the support of this board and the Election Advisory Committee, have made significant strides in enhancing the efficiency, security, and integrity of the election process. Reflecting on our commitment to upholding democracy, I wanted to take a moment to share a few highlights. As you see up here, the facility remodel and modernization and efficient spaces. We upgraded the Hart InterCivic voting system to ensure that we had all of the best technology for our voters. The Registrar of Voters office was remodeled to create room for our additional staff that was added in the last budget cycle. So if any of you get a chance and you want to come down and take a look, if any members of the public want to, they can. The observation areas have been revamped, and as I've shared with some of you, we've installed dual monitors, so when the observers come in, it's all compartmentalized to where they can see ballot inspection, ballot scanning, ballot tabulation, and signature verification. There's windows up, there's monitors for all of the electronics. They're able to see everything that's occurring, all in one hallway and space where they're able to have easy access right there. They enter into the main lobby of our office. They go through that door, and right there is their entire observation area. So that's something that we've improved to hopefully give transparency. Now, if folks will just come in and actually utilize the space that we've created for them, that would be awesome. With the staff, we focused on the morale of the staff and team building. As you know, we added quite a few new staff. We were able to reorganize and get the right people on the bus to get the elections office moving forward. And so I'm really proud of some of the hires that we've made and how we've reconfigured and set the office up. So I think we're set up for success. We've also focused on comprehensive training, taking them all to the California Clerks and Elections Officials conferences, the CACEO conferences, allowing them opportunities to get training, speak with their colleagues. I've really opened the door to encourage them to speak with other elections departments, and not just one, but all the great election offices out there that are doing great work in California, especially those that have a lot of the similar equipment as our office. We've definitely collaborated with them. We've worked on procedures, established clear written procedures in many areas of what we do. The signature verification, we introduced our 3-layer system where we're going to do teams of 2 up and then 3 sets of people looking at signatures before our signature is determined to be challenged, just ensuring that we're doing everything we can in light of the con case. We want to make sure that as far as the elections department is concerned here in San Joaquin County, we're doing what we can with our absolute best ability to ensure that we don't have future circumstances like that. Dropbox security, the video documentation, and so there were concerns about chain of custody. We've implemented a program called 123 Survey. What it is when you go out to, when the couriers go out to pick up the ballots at the ballot drop boxes, they're actually using an iPad, they're putting in all the information, they're videoing what they're doing even though they're on surveillance, and they're tracking all of it in a survey that'll be nice and clean documentation. What we found is that old paper method that's been used for many years in this office, people write sloppy, they forget to sign, whatever. So now this basically, you know, when you're doing a survey and like it won't let you go to the next step until you filled out the field, that's how this is designed, so it'll hopefully prevent any concerns about chain of custody. It's going to be very clear and concise. We're also still doing the paper method as a backup, so we're doing both just for this election so we can ensure that the new digital method works. We've utilized Orange County's doing this method, Solano's doing this method, so it's not just something we made up, it's actually something that's being utilized by elections offices to help with the transparency piece with drop boxes. And then lastly, we've worked on our website. I know some higher level ISD folks are going to take a final look at some of the updates that we've made. It looks really good. You can get to all the drop boxes on there. You can look at the live feed to see the camera and see what's going on at that drop box at any given time. So if anybody wants to eat some popcorn and pop that up, they can watch what's going on at the drop boxes. It's available. I hope that some of these things have really led us to a place where we can see. I want people to give us a chance and see the updates that have occurred and how well we're going to execute this election. Lastly, this is just our org chart. As you can see, the red selections is just showing you where we've added positions. We added an elections manager. We added an administrative assistant. We added a mapping person for GIS, which is a Geographic Information System Specialist. And we added some technicians, 2 ideally in registration to help with voter roll maintenance. So we added 2 staff just for voter roll maintenance. And I wanted to share that. Something else to highlight here is that ISD, we had 1 assigned IT person for several years. We were able to add in the last year, we were able to add 2, and now we're up to 3. So we actually have 3 IT assigned. There's a ton of technology now in the midst of elections. So now we have the support, and the need has been met, is what I'm trying to say. Sorry about that. Lastly, I just wanted to share our Adopt a Poll program. It's a new program. We will continue to promote it to encourage the community to participate in the electoral process. We are looking to possibly request more funding in the upcoming budget to support this program. However, I will share that we have 1,250 election officers staffed right now for Election Day, so we're not short of staff. We have all of our locations. We're moving ahead in a great direction. I just wanted to point out what Adopt a Poll is, so everyone, we've talked about this a little bit, but the community engagement, support and training, we're going to provide that. The fundraising opportunity, we want to give acknowledgement to those that are participating in Adopt a Poll program. And then we did receive 3 applications this year. We got those folks assigned. In most instances, I don't think we were able to use their location, but we have their location on file active, and it has been ADA surveyed so that for November, when we need more polling places, we can actually utilize those. And so those teams we've placed at polling places, they basically adopted a poll we already had established. But if we're able to use their location in the next cycle, we'll move that team to their preferred location. Any questions or comments? I'm done.
I see Supervisor Patty. Yes?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Quick question. Somebody sent me a picture over at Lincoln Center, Lincoln Village. There's a drop box on the side of a store, kind of in a remote part of a parking lot, and they didn't see any cameras. Wasn't the goal to have the drop boxes centered around there was to be some visibility?
It has a camera. It's a big pole with the blue light, like similar to what's out front. So there is a camera there. Marina Market just wanted it to the side. I think you're talking about the Benjamin Holt location. Yeah. So that one is just, we have to work with the businesses on where they're willing to let us place it. But we're ensuring that we have the camera, and we're kind of saying where the big blue light is, that's where your drop box is. So that information is available. And because of the live feed, people can click on the website and see right where the box is if they want to.
Did we install those lights?
Yeah, the cameras are all installed. The thing is, the cameras are temporary. They go up before ballots are going to be, or before the boxes open for the active cycle. And then as soon as we're done and we lock the boxes on election night, they'll pick the cameras up after. But the cameras are all installed. At that time, the camera may not have been installed because the box was not open at that time.
Okay, I wasn't aware what kind of
they
cameras.
Open today.
We're doing portable cameras.
Yep.
Fantastic. Great. Well, I just want to say for the record, getting an update, taking a little tour a couple weeks ago, seeing what you've done, and as you said, taking suggestions from the Election Advisory Committee and our concerned citizens. You've been very responsive. It was impressive to see some of the use of technology, some of the transparency, the willingness to be adaptive, putting together all your measures and marks that you've accomplished. Again, being responsive to the concerns from the citizens. I just want to appreciate it. There's a lot of pressure, there's a lot going on at any given time, so thanks for stepping up. I do have a question for you, and I spoke with you a while back. There was an ad campaign, and there were some questions, and people sending us questions about the ad campaigns, and you're one of our local celebrities now. You're being posted on poster boards. The approval process for that, I would have liked to have seen that go to either, and in conjunction, go to the election advisory committees of what's being thought and brought to the board, but that wasn't part of the process.
It was not. I mean, it was an advertising campaign. I didn't, if that is the process, I mean, I'll make sure that I follow that in the future, but I didn't know that that was a process. From what I understood, like, we're given a budget or we're given a amount that we're able to utilize for the budget. The idea of that was to humanize our office. There's been some crazy stuff going on with the elections office for years. We wanted to humanize the office. It was one ad that went up, and it was to promote in person, march to the polls, vote in person, and it was a picture of me humanizing our office and saying, I mean, this is what our constituents want, so I want to ensure that they know, please, your ROV supports you. Please come to the polls and vote in person if that's what you want to do. You have that option. And that was the intent behind the ad. There was no intent to add celebrity. I'd rather not. If I never had to get on TV and I could just do this job in the dark, I would prefer that, but that's not how it works. So I'm here to do the job and do it right, and it involves being in the public eye a bit, so.
It does, and I appreciate that, the willingness to do it. I mean, we're in the spotlight as well. I would just suggest that in the future, when these ad campaigns or anything comes out, it should also come to the board. We should see what's going to be going up in our district. We should have an idea. We don't work in autonomy. We work collaboratively, and some of these decisions should not be made outside of the purview of the board.
Understood.
Thank you.
Great. Supervisor Campbell.
I too want to thank you for the information, because doing the people's work in public is our job. And I think that, I mean, and we get a lot of emails, and the people that send them, I know we read them and pass them on to the appropriate folks. So thank you for what you do and at least addressing them. I know sometimes it can get a little contentious and people are asking things, and you know what I mean? I think since this year, I think we've come a long way. And I mean, I know there's a lot of questions and, that people want answered. So thank you for what you do, and thank you for bringing it forward and showing the timeline and where we're at, and where we're going to go in the future. So I appreciate it.
Thank you. Supervisor Ding.
So we're 30 days from the election. I kind of feel like, everybody's had a part to play in this. I want to say thank you to the Election Advisory Committee. I mean, you looked at issues that may or may not have been thought of. You kept the pressure on. I think the elections office, we're set. We have a game plan. Now we're going to see how it gets executed. Now everybody needs to be in support of making sure that we have a great election moving forward. As far as the public relations billboard, I go both ways. First off, the point of the money was not to humanize the election, the ROV. We didn't spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to do that. We did it to get people to the polls. I would have preferred, you ask any one of us, and every one of us would have a different marketing plan. That being said, and I've told the committee too, the message was that we're doing same-day polling. And that message was achieved, and I think that's a step in the right direction. The Channel 3 last night were the only county that they pushed out there that were doing same-day voting. So we can go, back and forth all we want. End of the day is we're set up. We have a plan. We're going to move forward. We're going to kick ass. We're going to have a great election. And then we're going to get together after the election, and then we can, analyze, why Mahomes got his butt kicked on Sunday and why the election was great and so forth. But thank you to everyone.
Great. Does anyone else like to speak? I'm going to open the public comment real fast. Anyone else like to speak? Nope, not for this item. Thank you very much. Go ahead. You're Molly, right?
I'm Holly, that's
Holly,
Molly.
I got you.
Right. So federal law allows for a certain amount of error in elections. What is the error rate that they allow? Is it 3%? Is it 1%? What do you think it is? It's 0.00008%. About 180,000 people voted last time in our county, so 0.00008 of that is 144 ballots. That's the only allowable error rate in our county, 144 ballots. So remember the drop box capacity I talked to you about was 1,500, and we found 3,300 in a drop box, which is impossible because they can't fit that many in a drop box. That's 1,800 extra ballots in a drop box. 1,800 is more than the 144 allowed error rate. Okay. So that's a violation of federal law. Did Ms. Hale tell you that? She had you approve an uncertifiable election, by the way. How will you know if that's going to happen again? Here's a simple question, and here's a simple way to verify. Did ballots get sent out to more than 144 commercial properties? Commercial properties. Nobody is allowed to vote from a commercial property. You know that. They are only allowed to vote from their residence. So, what can you do? The ROV can cross-check all the properties in the voter rolls with the assessor's office and find out which one are commercial properties. We've done that. There are several hundred, actually more than 1,000, that are sent to commercial properties. This is wrong. This is in violation of the law. This has already happened. How will you separate? Once those people vote from commercial properties, they put their ballots in a drop box. How will you pull those ballots out of the drop box? How will you know? Those are all in violation. If there's more than 144, how would you know? But you're going to have to go look back at the commercial properties and see how many got sent out, because once they're in the drop box, you cannot extract them because they get all mixed up. There's no way to do that. So here's your fix. You need to remove the invalid addresses and reprint all the ballots and send them out. That's the only way that you can fix this. Otherwise, she is going to present to you an uncertifiable election. And you cannot certify that without knowing that it's going to be greater than 0.0008% election fraud, election rate. You cannot do that. So, so this election is already contaminated and uncertifiable, and federal law has been violated already. So her presentation means nothing, and because ballots were sent to these invalid addresses. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Carla.
Doing a trifecta today. So mine's more housekeeping. So one of the things that had been said at the EAC meeting and here is all the drop boxes need to be bolted down. The 9 that I visited on Thursday and Friday, none of them are bolted down. It says by law, they have to be secure. Yes, they're as big as a car, but they need to be bolted down. The one on Highway 88, if a semi went by, it would take it out because it's sitting right there. So just, Then we've got looking at what's online. So the one at Tracy City Hall says the address is 333 Civic. It's actually on 525 10th Street. So those need to be fixed because you're going to have people going to the wrong place. Okay, let's see. The Dropbox in Clements. It's a drive-through and a walk-up. The walk-up is 2 feet off of Highway 88. Not real cool there. Okay. And if it is a drive-through only, you need to have a notice where that voter can find a walk-up and vice versa. It has to say where there's another box available that you can't drive up or walk up. You have to have that signage done. Again, that's by law. Then on and again, I know it got updated last night, so these might have already been changed. Cesar Chavez High School has 2 polling places. Really? The school's that big? And then Ansel Adams Elementary School has both a drop box and a polling place. I thought we weren't allowed to do that. And then also the Kennedy Center in Stockton has a polling place and a drop box. Again, we were told that was not possible because there wouldn't be enough room. So just some housekeeping that needs to be done. I hate the drop boxes, but by state we have to have them.
Thank you. Holly. Molly Watkins, I'm sorry.
It's Molly. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's close. How do 2 people end up with Holly and Molly? Just 2 notes. One is that I'm disappointed that the actual ballots that showed up at my house, they don't say vote in person. They tell you how to mail the thing back or to take it and put it in a drop box. The idea is that you can take that ballot and go to a polling place on election day and vote. And when people vote in person, it makes less work for that office because they count them that night, because they see the body come in and the body votes and they don't have to verify a signature. So therefore, we're done. So everybody who comes through the door and votes on election day makes the whole system quicker, easier, cheaper. Okay? And the other thing is, in the last meeting you had here, the ROVs explained that we were going to get cameras, and it was going to be a grant program. What does that mean? Did we see the grant? Did you approve the grant? How much is the grant? Where is the grant coming from? What happened to those details? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else like to speak before I close the public? Okay. Public discussion is closed. Bring it back to the board. Supervisor Ding, would you like to speak? Oh, I'm sorry.
I was okay until the ballot going to the, isn't there polling place listed on their ballot?
Absolutely. The polling place is listed, and there's a big heading on their wrap that says, your in-person voting location is this. We didn't even put the addresses to the drop boxes anymore. We just put a QR code, so we weren't like pushing drop box. So
Okay, that's what I thought I saw. So you might have gotten one because you don't have a polling place because you're out in the country, maybe? Okay, because in here, if you're wrong once, you're like out. Yeah, like, yeah. Okay, yeah, no, that was my only.
Through the chair, can I just add, the boxes are all bolted down. They have big old giant screws in the inside that go all the way down into the ground and into the concrete. That's why they're all on concrete. They're not visible to the public because then they could come unscrew the screws. So they're internal.
Carla, we're going to go check. Why do we have a polling place and a drop box in the same location?
So those are additional. So remember, for the state mandated 14, because the 28 days before election day, that drop box is open and available. We just couldn't double, like, we wouldn't get credit. We don't get credit for that drop box being open on election day is why. We had to have 14 separate. And it worked out well. So it's Ansel Adams over there. We're trying to get pushed in northeast or, north Stockton because we didn't have a lot of locations out there. And that's why that was chosen. The principal of the school contacted us. That's why we did that. Kennedy Center is because NAACP reached out and they said that we're not serving the South Stockton community fairly and that we're putting a drop box at the airport. How are citizens going to get there? That's why we put it at community.
Okay. And then my only other question. And then obviously the Tracy error, you can fix that on City Hall or double check that.
Yeah, that'll get fixed right away.
Okay.
Okay, is there a motion on the floor to accept this report?
May I say one more
Yes,
thing?
absolutely.
I just want to thank you guys for your support too. I don't get that opportunity. You guys are usually calling me and I'm trying to hurry up and scramble and get you an answer for whatever it is. I feel supported by you all as a full board, and I hope that I'm delivering on your asks and trying to do a good job at every step of the way. And if I'm ever falling short of that, call me. None of you hesitate to do that. And I just wanted to say thank you for always reaching out and allowing me to figure out where the issues are so that we can move forward. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Olivia. We appreciate you.
Through the chair, there's no action on this.
No action item. Okay, well, thank you for that report. This concludes today's meeting, and we'll see you guys on February 27th. Thank you.
Chairman,
Pardon me?
there is the afternoon session at 1:30.
I know. I'm going to open it up in the afternoon session now. Okay, now we have a scheduled afternoon hearing, public hearing to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve the general plan amendment, PA-2100226, zone reclassification, number PA-2100227, and use permit, PA-2100228 of DVC Freight Lines Incorporated, care of Mike Hagum, District 3. Corinne, how you doing?
I'm great, thank you. Sorry, trying to get it all settled.
No problem.
So, good afternoon, Corinne King, Deputy Director of Planning. I have Principal Planner.
Just closer, I believe. Put it closer. Hey, there you go.
Is it on?
Yeah, there you go.
I talk loud enough they can probably all hear. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Whew. Okay.
Yep.
Well, good afternoon, Corinne King, Deputy Director of Planning. I have Principal Planner Megan Aguirre here with a short presentation, and then we'll both be available for questions.
Great.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. This project is comprised of 3 applications. The first 2 applications would amend the general plan designation and zoning of the project site from general agriculture to truck terminals. The third application is a use permit to establish a truck terminal with parking for 711 trucks and trailers and just over 80,000 square feet of accessory structures in 2 phases over 5 years. The project site is located on the southwest corner of West Pruitt Road and South Manthe Road, northwest of the city of Lathrop. The project site is currently designated as general agriculture and zoned general agriculture of 40-acre minimum. Project site is surrounded by agricultural uses and scattered residences to the north, west, and south. There is also a small area with industrially zoned properties to the south in the unincorporated county. The city of Lathrop is located to the south of this industrial area and east of the project site and Interstate 5. This is the site plan submitted by the applicant. There are existing agricultural buildings on site that are currently used for a hay packaging and distribution facility. These structures will remain on site and will be converted to covered parking spaces for trucks and trailers. The current project, again, is a request to change the general plan designation and zoning from general agriculture to truck terminals to convert the existing hay packaging and distribution facility to a truck terminal. 2 environmental studies were prepared for this project, a traffic impact study and an air impact assessment. The traffic study determined that impacts related to vehicle miles traveled would be less than significant. However, the applicant is required to pay fees towards a realignment of Harlan Road and Roth Road, and then also at an always stop to the intersection of Roth Road and I-5 on off-ramp. The San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District required the applicant to prepare an air impact assessment for the project, which identified mitigation measures to reduce potential air quality impacts to less than significant with mitigation measures. The mitigation measures for traffic and air are both included in the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan attached to the recommended conditions of approval. The Community Development Department received 6 opposition letters expressing concerns regarding conversion of farmland, noise, lighting, roadway impacts, drainage and runoff, air quality, and heat spikes. In addition, the Community Development Department received a letter of opposition from the City of Lathrop. These concerns were reviewed in the environmental document, discussed in the staff report, and presented to the Planning Commission on January 18th. The Planning Commission considered this project and heard oral testimony from the property owner, legal counsel, several people in favor of the project, as well as several neighbors in opposition. The Planning Commission ultimately voted 5-0 to forward the project to the Board of Supervisors with a recommendation to approve the project based on the ability to make the findings for the general plan map amendment, zone reclassification, and administrative use permit in the affirmative. This picture was taken from the east side of Manthe Road, looking westerly towards the project. This photo was taken looking southwest from the intersection of Manthe Road and Pruitt Road towards the project site. The existing agricultural buildings are visible in the background. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve the project with the recommendations shown on this slide and included in the board letter. Thank you. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the board? see none. Okay, at this moment, I'll open the public comment. Anyone else like to speak in favor?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. Is my mic on? Can you hear? Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. Mike Hakem for the applicant. As you know, for the board letter, we're requesting a general plan amendment from general ag to truck terminal and a companion zone classification from general ag to truck terminal and a use permit for 711 trucks and trailers to establish a truck terminal facility in 2 phases over 5 years. The project size is approximately 34 acres. You saw the site pictures in the staff presentation. By way of brief background, a prior board created this general plan designation and zoning classification to specifically allow truck terminals in the ag zone. They were specifically created by a prior board. The prior board, in its wisdom, also had 4 specific requirements to be considered for a truck terminal. One is you had to be within 1 mile of a freeway interchange. We comply. 2 is you had to be outside an urban or rural community. We comply. There also has to be no plan existing for urban development. We comply. And most important, it had to be on a road of a minor arterial or higher classification, and we also comply with that requirement. The project itself was reviewed by 7 county departments, 6 state agencies, 3 federal agencies, and 18 local agencies. All of those comments were included in the evaluation of the project, as well as the conditions of approval that are attached to your findings. We've been working on this project for a little over 2 years. As staff indicated, we have an approved traffic study with specific mitigations to ensure an all-stop at Roth and 5, the reconstruction of the intersection of Manthe and Fruitt Roads, and the payment of $186,000 for the realignment of Harlan and Roth Road. We also completed an air impact assessment study with the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District. As far as services, the project will have a private well, an individual septic system, and a storm retention pond, all in compliance with the department's specifications for handling services at this location. The driveway will be off of Manthe Road, not on the Fruitt Road. It'll be off of Manthe at our front door. We will also be required to cooperate and contribute to the COG HCP, as well as the County Ag Mitigation Site. I'll close by saying that the opposition has raised 6 issues, all of which were handled in your staff report. We have county ag fee. We have a solid masonry wall constructed 6 to 8 feet. All on-site lighting will be shielded. Roadway impacts determined by the impacts from the traffic study. And drainage, on-site drainage subject to Public Works approval. The Planning Commission vote was 5-0 to recommend, and I'll close by respectfully requesting that you approve the findings recommended by Planning Commission and follow the recommendation of the Planning Commission to approve the project. And I'll be comfortable answering any questions. I'll reserve a very brief right of rebuttal at the end, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Hakem? I see none. Thank you very much. Anyone else like to speak?
My name is Ranjit Gill. I'm owner, partner, and applicant. On that behalf, I would like to thank and appreciate the Chamber of Supervisors, Board of Supervisors, and San Joaquin County Planning Department for taking the time to get this going. And I really appreciate, and we will, as Mr. Hakem said, we will comply with all the requirements. Thank you again for all your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else like to speak?
Hello, everybody. My name is Ramonz Madal. I'm a resident of Lathrop here, born and raised. A little background, I'm a trucker myself, family run. My whole family is in trucks. I've delivered to cities big and small throughout the whole nation. As you know, our county and our area is a very prime location for logistics between the 2 highways, and we have a very blossoming industry of logistics. We have a lot of warehouses, a lot of commerce and jobs that are created because of this one industry. Something that goes hand in hand in development of commerce and jobs is also being able to take care of the truckers that make all this possible. And I feel like a big facility like this will really help in that. There's nothing tremendously close of size in this general area, and there's a lot of truck traffic. I have a lot of family that does it, a lot of friends, colleagues, and I believe something like this is going to help ease that pain and also take care of the truckers that, bring in so much commerce into our area. And I strongly urge you guys to agree with this. Thank you.
Yeah, we had one question, Supervisor Canada.
No, for Mr. Hakem. So one of the things with growth like this is, so where's water and sewer now? I mean, so that's obviously, as a government official, when they stub that up, I mean, is it close to the site when we see well and, and septic?
There's going to be a septic tank approved by the Department of Public Works, built according to their specifications, Supervisor Canepa, and the water will be a well.
Okay, so then, but I mean, eventually,
And storm will be retention,
so this is in Lathrop, so eventually, is there water and sewer, or
It'll have no effect on existing residents in the area, as well as no impact on the city of Lathrop.
Right, I'm just saying, further down the line, if the water or sewer is stubbed up, then
yes,
they'll be part of that.
Yes.
Okay, and then currently now, where do all these trucks park now? I mean,
there are no trucks on site. And so we don't have any business operating on site except for a hay business. There is a hay business there. It's been there for some time. The land's been fallow. A hay business. They've been storing and selling hay for some time. Okay. And the land's been fallow. It hasn't been farmed in many, many years.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
At this time, I will close public comment. Bring it back to the board. Any questions or any comments or any motions? We have a Supervisor Patty.
I know I've been quiet all day, but in this one I got to speak up. This is in my district, and I just want to compliment the applicants and Mr. Hakem for bringing forward a project and staff for carefully reviewing. This has been a project that come to fruition, but you've done it carefully, steadfast, just methodically, addressing all the concerns and fitting the criteria. We see some people who maybe try to get ahead of the actions that we required at the county to make sure we're dotting the I's, crossing T's. But this meets the spirit. We know, to answer your question, Supervisor Canepa, the trucks park on the roads. They park in dirt fields. And as our friend spoke out as a truck driver, and I'm a crane operator, and I park my trucks in dirt and mud and rocks and such. So you have to be able to have a nice, clean asphalt roadway and parking facility and bathrooms and areas where you could be well received, and dispatch offices or whatever else might be there. It's fantastic, great project, glad it came forward, and I'm in full support in my district of this project's approval, as was the Planning Commission. So thank you all. Great job bringing it to us for consideration, and a great addition to San Joaquin County to address that really big concern that we have for adequate truck parking throughout our county. Thank you, Chairman. I'll make that a motion to approve.
Okay, I'm sorry. Before I spoke too fast. There is one speaker who would like to speak. There's someone else who would like to speak in the public?
There may be several speakers that still want to speak.
Okay, opposition, please come forward. State your name. I'm sorry, I rushed you. I didn't think anybody wanted to speak.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Catherine Makovic, and I am appearing today in opposition to the proposed rezoning of the intersection of Manthe and Freewart Roads from general agricultural to truck terminal. The applicant, Railport Logistics, proposes to have a total of 711 truck and trailer parking spaces. My husband and I are one of 27 owners of Havens Acres River Club, located on the San Joaquin River at 1691 Freewart Road, and have been since 2002. I appeared before the board in 2017 in opposition to the proposed expansion of Harvest Power Recycling, now run by Waste Management. Thankfully, we were successful in that endeavor. Freewart Road is a quiet, one-lane, in-and-out country road that ends at the San Joaquin River. It is not a county-maintained road, and the potholes are numerous and huge already, and will obviously be exacerbated by the dramatic increase in truck traffic. We spoke with the Lathrop Fire Department at Station 33 in River Islands, and they expressed their opposition to this project as it would make it very difficult to respond to a fire event. None of us moved to the country to have such impending problems getting in and out of our properties. The truck traffic will make it truly difficult for us to even go to the grocery store. We moved here to enjoy our retirement in a beautiful, quiet location and are now planning on selling our home and relocating to Wisconsin, which is sad as I am a fifth-generation Californian. Also, the city-county has already approved a truck stop project for DeLima Road less than a mile away, which will also significantly impact our lives. The environmental effects of this will also potentially create a problem for our surrounding neighbors and the quality of their well water with the diesel fuel seeping into the ground. I've enclosed photos showing the applicant does nothing to maintain the existing property. The fence in the photo has been down for months, and I'll be happy to provide you with those photos. In closing, we are respectfully asking the board to help us maintain our quality of life and deny the applicant's proposal. And I have another statement from another resident. In regard to the truck terminal project, Havens Acres is a mobile home park owned by 27 mobile home residents and families who live there. We lease out the bar and grill. Traffic is often busy as they have some very large event days, especially in summer. Between the levee repair trucks and delivery trucks, as well as the road issues from the waste management in the center of Freewart Road, we cannot allow more trucks damaging the two-lane country road. The road was just painted in November, and you can barely tell in certain areas with potholes, mud, and road damage. You say that our road is to be used as emergency use only, but people driving in and out already have to deal with the large amount of truck traffic on Manthe Road. We have no signal lights or a three-way stop. Also, the high school traffic in the AM and PM has increased tremendously due to the traffic at Manthe and Lathrop. The road issues of mud from rain, visibility from rain and fog, potholes make our road in Manthe dangerous under harsh conditions. There have been some serious accidents due to these conditions. Is this in the traffic studies? We have not been able to find these studies, and we'd like to know where they can be found. The road conditions at the area of Roth Road and the surrounding areas from the trucking business have not been maintained since those businesses have started.
Ma'am, your time is up, ma'am.
Okay.
Sorry. Thank you.
Can I give you a photo?
Sure.
Okay. I've got a few of them right here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Katie Brown.
Thank you. My name is Kitty Brown, and we are concerned citizens. We're farmers and we're ranchers from French Camp, Lathrop, and Manteca. We're a small agricultural community. We provide food not just for San Joaquin, but with 920,000 acres of agriculturally productive land. It ranks California the 7th largest agricultural area. We want you to know that using less than 1% of U.S. farmland, we, the Central Valley, supply 8% of U.S. agricultural output, and we produce 1/4 of the nation's food, including 40% of the nation's fruits, nuts, and other table foods. Moreover, we want you to know that there are two questions that are very pressing for us. The first is, what happens if California, and more specifically, the Central Valley, what happens if we stop producing food altogether? The short answer might be, we would be looking overseas for fruits, nuts, and other table foods. The other important question is, why is it necessary to change the existing zone classification to allow for a trucking terminal in the middle of an agricultural area? We want you to know that to lose this area to 711 trucks, trailers, guardhouses, fueling stations, not to mention the many residents who would be impacted by accommodating such a large number of trucks and trailers on our roadways now, how this would have a devastating impact on all of us. Consider contamination of existing crops and fruit and future crops. Emergency services interrupted for residents in the area, and those emergency services, police and fire, noise pollution, traffic congestion, transitioning from Highway 5 to Manthe Road and just those surrounding areas. And if you haven't had the opportunity to drive those surrounding areas, you should take the opportunity to do so. Issues, health issues, respiratory
Ma'am, can you
irritation.
wrap it up,
I
please?
know my time is up, so let me just jump to the end of what I want to say and just beg everybody's pardon here. We want you to know that we do have some concerns, and they are valid concerns. We want you to know that after we did review the 164-page mitigation negative declaration report, that we strongly reject this zoning reclassification, which would change the zoning
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
designation from the general
Thank you very much.
agriculture to
Thank you,
truck.
Kitty.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak? I see none. Now we'll close the public comment and bring it back to the board. We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Thank you. I have to get going. If you guys want to do supervisor comments and committee reports, you're more than welcome. I gotta get going. I have to get on a flight.